Happy Wednesday, friends. Someone asked why I choose electronic music. The easy answer is because it's not usually copyright protected. Even if the individual tracks are, most of the time that's playing, it's two different tracks. It throws off algorithms. Corinda, hope to see you tomorrow. Then, thank you for stopping by. Yep, Callie, being in Google hurts so much, well, imagine being in Tesla puts. It's the only mega cap that's essentially green. Yeah, that don't feel very good now, does it? Oh well. What a day so far. If you had told me Google and Microsoft would be eating shit, taking down all the mega caps, I would assume the SPY would be eating shit. And yet, here we are. It's like... Rad Reptile. Uranium is ripping on news that Kazakhstan is having problems getting materials to build their new wells. The one thing I do not like about commodities, and this includes, by the way, memory chips for semiconductors as well, is that they always seem to do well on bad news. Like, why can't a stock just go up on good news, right? Baba is getting that she pump. Sounds about right. How often does the SPY rebalance? Good question. I don't know. Asian squat thrust. You feel Tesla is market manipulation? Yeah. There were a lot of call options bought this morning on Tesla. Is Elon trying to gamma his stock? I have no fucking clue. Getting brutalized on that one. Yeah. On the other hand, IWM's been fucking. And by the way, I sold way too early. I sold roughly here-ish. Don't feel bad for me. 85% was nice. This would have been a bagger had I waited. Had I waited on IWM. I mean, look at this. Small caps. Leading the way. Yeah. That's the positive of a map that looks like this. When the mega caps are feeling weak, but the market still wants to go up because bond yields are dropping and the dollar's dropping, when that happens, apparently IWM is the play. Hey, Spencer. CDA, you sold Microsoft calls way too early this morning. Could have been a 10-bagger app. By the way, I am in Microsoft calls as we speak. I've also bought on semi calls and applied material calls. Real easy reason for that. Tonight, Wolfspeed reports that should be favorable to on semi. Clack reports tonight that should be favorable to applied materials. I don't know if I will hold them both through earnings though. If they pump significantly, I'm probably going to sell. But we'll see. They are currently up 25% on semi and 20% on applied materials. Yep, Skechers. Let's talk about Skechers really briefly. By the way, it was Ludacris's call. It was an excellent call. He called out exactly what happened. He was 100% correct. The fact that the market decided to boost the stock anyway is not on him. He was correct. He called out the inventory issue. He called out the fact that seasonality impacts specifically shoes. He was dead right. Yep, you and Logitech. Logitech may have been a bit different. Hey, Wienermobiles. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for the sub. Pregnancy due. Oh, boy. Spencer, if there's anything you've learned this week, buy dips. Again, I think we're coming back to that notion of price versus pivot. You don't have to wait for a pivot to buy shit. In some cases, price is dictating things. All right? MP Tosca, I actually lost money on Skechers, like 30%, something like that. It was a small play. But yeah, I wasn't able. I actually set a sell order that would have basically given me like a 5% gain. I think I missed it by like 2 cents. I had to have my eye on it. If I had been a little bit smarter, a little bit quicker, I would have jumped out roughly at break even. But yeah, Skechers had a shitty quarter. The concern was in the morning I woke up and they weren't getting downgraded. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Hey, Prometheum. You would not do that. The market rally is being fueled by lower bond yields, which are not sustainable. Well, I don't disagree with that totally. Well played, sponsored by Coors. Slayer Darth, do you mind if you derail the stream slightly with a probing personal question? As long as you understand, I may not answer it. But go for it. What's your question? When can we expect bond yields to reverse? That's a question. End of this week or next week are two interesting potential catalysts in regards to bond yields. You have PCE and GDP numbers coming out this week, and you have FOMC next week. We'll see how the market responds. Happy task. I want to give you a dumpster for buying 40 Microsoft and 100 Google shares. I think you'll be fine. We'll talk about the earnings. Not all bad reactions are created equal. I think both the Google and Microsoft's a bit overdone. It's a bit overdone. You can make the argument neither stock should be green, and I'm okay with that. But like, how much in market cap did Microsoft and Google lose today starting for? And if you actually put that into the context to like what their results were, you would think these companies were not growing. Oh, stock picking monkey, my friend. Everybody, dumpsters in chat for stock picking monkey. Guess what? He sold covered calls on Air. And Air is just not done fucking around, apparently. Shocking. So, dumpsters in chat for stock picking monkey. I hate Tesla. I fucking hate Tesla. Once I'm out of these positions, I am done playing against Tesla. I'm done. It's a fucking meme stock. Ooh, Slayer Dark. This is a good question. You two suffer from autism and have encountered a lot of discrimination over the years. Never hit the milestones your peers did, never attended university, etc. Many people, including your parents, told you you'd never amount to much, and it's led with me having all sorts of lasting mental damage. What are my struggles with autism? It's a fair question. It's a probing question, but it's a fair question, so let's chat. So it's a weird situation for me because I will definitely back you up in terms of like I don't. If you stack my life compared to like my peers, yeah, the same issues in terms of like meeting milestones. I'm entirely different from like a lot of, the people I've known throughout my life. The toughest thing for me specifically was jumping into corporate America, because you basically join a talent development program and you're put up against these peers, these generally speaking like non-neurodiverse, shall we say. And they kind of have an easier time. Like, for me, the stuff that comes kind of easy for me, essentially absorbing, dissecting, kind of visualizing information. It's kind of what I can do. That's the stuff that comes easy to me. It's not easy for a quote more normal person. At the same time, all the social cues, reading people, being able to converse with people, not getting like physically worn down by continued interaction with people. That's the stuff they can do easily, and you struggle with. So it's like, I can do the more advanced stuff, I can't do the basic stuff. Honestly, it messed me up throughout life, mainly because I didn't get diagnosed. Once I've realized it, that's the first part, it's kind of, taking stock and then realizing I'm not going to compare myself to peers. I'm going to do things differently. Essentially, I am my own competition. And that was a really helpful realization where it's like, you know what? I'm on a different path than others. Yeah, it's going to look different. For my personal relationships are going to look very different. And that's fine. Frugal, we know. Yeah, physically worn down is introversion, not being autistic. I know, but it's something else that I deal with as well. Oh, my pleasure, stock picking monkey. Yeah, not why I do it, but yeah. But yeah, that's the one thing that I would sit there and say. And here's the thing that I think was kind of useful. I mean, listen, I'm in analytics. Okay, back when I was doing corporate America, a good portion of the people that ended up working in the departments I worked in were also on the spectrum. And for that helped me out. I will sit there and say I am a lot further on the spectrum than the average person there. Totally. But really, the mental block for yourself is to sit there and say, like, don't compare yourself to other people. You're just going to keep yourself up at night. It will not do you well. You are your own flower, so to speak. Yep, something else that was kind of helpful, and this was early on. I had a vice president. This is back when I was over at Sears, actually, okay? I remember her very well, Susan. She picked up that I was different, and she pulled me aside one time. And basically, I had a lot of issues in terms of presenting with other people. I used to be a pretty bad presenter. The funny thing is that nowadays I've actually gotten, like, I before I even started streaming, a lot of the feedback I'd gotten was actually I'm an excellent presenter. What people don't realize is I had to work my ass off on that one. I had to learn that one. And she used to sit with, like, in meetings, I'd be able to bring her into meetings that I was at, even if she wasn't supposed to be, because she was the vice president. No one's gonna tell her no. And we had a whole system worked out where, like, if she needed me to slow down, like, she would basically, like, scratch her head. If she thought I wasn't making proper eye contact, because that's another thing that I'm occasionally guilty of, like, she would, like, cross her arms. So we had an entire system so that I could focus more on the, like, the content, what I'm speaking at, but she could then give me kind of signals to help convey the right information. Go Rebs, you said you never would have known I was autistic when you met, because working 10 plus years in corporate America, it's one of those things you have to suppress. Keep in mind, behind the scenes, when I do, like, you know, corporate HR stuff, so, like, a lot of talent development, like, I've sat through, like, you know, like, performance management calibration sessions for, like, senior leaders. Unfortunately, one of the things that I've seen is that you'll get punished on, you know, everyone likes you when you're weird, when you're presenting really cool work, or presenting really, like, you know, hey, here are the determinants for sales performance, you know, or hey, here's modeling out what the organization looks like if we tweak around retirement rates, for example, from a diversity standpoint. Everyone loves that shit, or pricing out nutrition. Everyone loves that shit when you're nerdy, quirky, and weird. It gives you credibility. The second you're not talking about smart boy shit or smart person shit, then they don't want to be around you. And that's the problem. So in a lot of cases, it's realizing the interpersonal stuff matters. And separately, I'll tell you right now, going back, if I ever go back into corporate America, I'm not going to lead people ever again. It's not my strength. I can train people. I can do a lot of development stuff. I've had a lot of people seek me out as a mentor, and that's actually something I enjoy. But, like, the basics, no. Like, actual, like, directing work, I don't think it's my strong suit. I'm a better served as an individual contributor. That's not going to hurt me financially. That's the good news. Corporate America's kind of learned that lesson. Stock Picking Monkey, do I find it exhausting trying to normalize? Very. Very. That's why it worked me better in the sense that when I worked around a team who was aware, and I guess I can't really hide it if I'm around that many people, it works out well for me. So, like, I don't have to normalize. Frugal, well, then you ain't going to work well at a consulting firm because they will force you to lead people. Actually, I have reason to believe that's not exactly true. Not for the areas I specialize in. Because I basically, like, I don't know if it still holds true. I know as of 2 years ago, like, supposedly I have an in with Accenture whenever I want to pull that cord. Like, I've worked around with enough of their, like, different senior level people who've sat there and said, like, all right, it's because I think differently about, like, people. Which ironically is because I'm autistic as fuck. Slayer Darth, you wonder if you'd have been happier had you never been formally diagnosed? No. I'm not going to tell you how you should or would feel. I will sit there and say, look at the, like, stages of acceptance and grief, etc., and realize that at a certain point you'll cross into the acceptance part and you'll be better for it. What I will sit there and say is that instead, you should now question, like, what does it take to make you happy, and literally stop looking at yourself in context of other people. Hold on, let me put on the spy for a second. Keep an eye on it. And by the way, Jerry B says, how old was I? It was like 38. It was late in life. I should have gotten it done a lot earlier. Yeah. Yeah, don't complain about your list. People have said I have the same thing. Trust me, it's very hard for me to hear my own voice back because it sounds differently banging through my head than it does when I listen to myself and go, oh, I don't have that deep voice that I kind of hear through my own head. Yeah, it looks like, are we going to get a potential Head and Shoulders on the SPY? Go Rebs, go there and hire you? Yeah. When you see yourself in a video, you cringe. I feel the same way. Well, don't beat yourself up. Look at this. Bright red on the mega caps. The big squares, except for, of course, Tesla. Yeah, it's a good question. Hopefully I answered it as best as possible. Let's get back to the market, though. Oh. Slayer Darth, yeah, don't compare yourself to other people. That's the one thing I wish I would have taught myself when I was much earlier. Because I've lost a lot of progress in my life trying to like do that, and now it's like, nope, I'm gonna be different. I have to be different. I am different. It's not a choice I have. So let me focus on that stuff, which makes me makes me a little better at certain things, perhaps, instead of focusing on all the things I can't do as well as others. Did I jump into On Semi this morning? Yes. I played On Semi and I did play Applied Materials. Now, looks like they're both dumping it as we speak. Lalbad, do I think Google, Microsoft are sitting at valuations based on high earnings, and now that earnings are normalizing, they need a correction? Nah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, here's the issue faced. Let's start off with Microsoft. Microsoft and Google, I'll give you guys one number for each stock that I think makes a difference here, okay? Microsoft, it's easy. It's 38%. All right? 38%. 38% is the Azure growth they're basically forecasting out for next quarter. All right? A lot of people last night in VTards were like, look at Microsoft missing. You guys know they did not miss, right? They actually beat. Their guidance, though, was the issue, right? Look at their guidance in context, okay? For the next quarter, what they're basically guiding is, first of all, sequential growth and year-over-year growth. All right? They're still growing. They're still growing. Were they priced for perfection? Given that Microsoft was trading at what? 22 forward PE? What's a fair valuation for a company with a massive cash stockpile, a pretty good balance sheet? Like, I don't know. It's a fair question. Like, Microsoft, the number to me was 38% that matters. That was their growth rate, basically, for next quarter on Azure only. All right? So look at what they're basically guiding. Okay, year over year, total revenue, small up. Uditor fair value says 13 times. And like, is that the fair value for Microsoft? When's the last time they traded anything close to 13 times? Lawbad, here's the problem about the rate standpoint. Are they growing at the rate that is equal to valuations in 2019? Do you think the rates are still a year from now staying at this level? Yeah, go Rebs. I agree with that, by the way. At a certain point, you just, like, if you have a long-term standpoint, did anything you hear last night make you think Microsoft is not going to do very well? Wait till we talk about Google. Google, the number's interesting, I'm going to talk about. But from Microsoft's standpoint, are they still growing? Yes. All right. They're still growing pretty good. Not only that, currency fucked them. If the dollar drops, are we going to recognize the fact that Microsoft is now poised for massive beats? Like, that's the interesting question. By the way, they had an $800 million headwind on energy costs for data center. Like, unexpected, just boom. Here's $800 million more dollars that you had to pay out in cost, mainly because they run data centers in Europe. Like, I thought, listen, Microsoft's earnings, their quarter was great. I thought their quarter was outright good. You got to understand this personal computing side. All right, basically, their Windows business took a shit. No one's surprised by this. They still beat. And currency fucked them hard, and they still beat. One of the more interesting things that I observed, and I actually called it out here, this is from the earnings transcript. All right. This is a really important point. And I actually, like, from a long-term standpoint, this is why I like Microsoft as the business. I don't care about the stock for a second, just as a business. Azure and other cloud services revenue grew 35% and 42% in constant currency, meaning the dollar cost them 7% right there. All right. About 1 point lower than expected. Here's the interesting part. Driven by continued moderation in Azure consumption growth as we help customers optimize current workloads while they prioritize new workloads. Let me take this away from IT jargon for a second, and let me explain what I really like about this. All right. As IT departments, as enterprises look to start rationalizing spending to cut down or, quote, right size a lot of their IT spending. And to me, I use the word right size to say my interpretation is for the next year or two, whether IT spending drops, stays flat, or goes up, I think there will be a constant shift away from specifically on-prem. So basically companies running their own data centers with a few exceptions, and a lot more into cloud and like cybersecurity. So even if spend stays flat or even drops, you're going to see portions of IT spend go away and portions of IT spend grow. So with the example of Microsoft, the fact that they said, as we help customers optimize current workloads while they prioritize new workloads, this is akin to Target basically saying we're going to do a greater discounting to basically steal share from others, to use their heft, their size, and scale. This should terrify, and I'm sure it already does, a lot of the other SaaS players. Because it reminds them, hey, your business, your business justification is that Microsoft hasn't decided to crush you yet. The idea that Microsoft is constantly working with their customers to essentially lower the amount they pay to Microsoft only puts Microsoft in the driver's seat for when you do see a secular expansion. And again, 38% growth in specifically Azure for next quarter. Like, it's not like they're not growing. Ooh, Tesla dumping. Hold on. We'll check that in a second. So the number for me that matters for Microsoft is 38%. All right. That's their anticipated growth rate, specifically of Azure. Yep, ChemLife. That data center. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, come on. Well, I want to see the real dump. I want to see the real dump. Now, by the way, ChemLife, the more interesting aspect in terms of data center energy costs, this is a big knock against Intel. Intel in the data center does not have the good solution for high energy costs. This is essentially another argument for AMD. Chrono Twitch. How about data center companies like Equix, couldn't they pass the costs on to customers? They can try, but it may. The problem with Equix and DLR, also note I have DLR puts as we speak. The problem those companies face is that Microsoft and Google essentially exist and AWS exist. Nothing stops customers from going to the competition. Basically, they're playing against the big boys, and that should terrify them. It's not mine. Still no large block volume. Do we know? I have no clue what Musk's doing. I have no clue what Musk's doing. Hey, Mr. Baggins, Musk taking Twitter private? Yes. That's the belief. If he's not, he's going to be testing the patience of a certain judge who can fuck him over pretty hard. The Dixie dump? Is the Dixie dump in itself? Woo. Dollars at 109. The Dixie's at 109. Bonds are just ugh. Bonds are looking ugly, meaning the bond yields are down, so people are buying them. When data center cloud cycle goes into a cyclical slowdown, everyone's gonna freak the fuck out. Yeah. I wonder how long we have to truly wait. The more interesting thing is that essentially Microsoft for cloud, they forecast 38% growth next quarter on Azure. Google's cloud was the bright point. The drop right now is because of the Fed now. What'd the Fed now say? Yep, SPY's dipping. What'd the Fed now do? I want to see it. %3.1% GDP, yep. Slayer, you'll be fine. I did better with the women, quite frankly, when I hit the age of like 27 to 28 anyway, so you're fine. Strong GDP means no pivot. Really? No one's playing a pivot. Honestly, if people are buying on a pivot, I don't know what to say. Like, how many times has the Fed been very clear? And the fact that the market's priced in 75 basis points. We already know we're getting another one. My pleasure, Slideoff. Skechers finally dying. They should. The one thing that I'll say about the Atlanta GDP now, people are buying on a pivot. Again, I disagree, Caffeine. I absolutely disagree. Yep, look at that. Oh my god. Yeah, the only time I'm hearing the word pivot come out, literally, is from anybody who's bearish to basically say, I don't know why people are buying right now. Okay, when you buy a stock, it's not making JPOW cry. It's not. Okay, we're at 3,800. When he talked shit at Jackson Hole, we were at 4,200. Oracle don't care. Yeah. Stop Picky Monkey. You still think Fed goes for 100? I would bet you as much money as possible against that. Slayer Dart, that's always been an issue for me. Market is definitely playing a pivot, almost a full 50 basis point cut. I disagree. Maybe that part of the market is. I don't think the equities market is. This last week, I think the equities market is, generally speaking, been correct. Look where we're at. We got blood on where there's been bad earnings and connected. Meanwhile, a lot of other stocks that logically shouldn't be touched, compared to months ago, Facebook tanks everyone, Snapchat tanks everyone. And now we're seeing a little bit more logic, shall we say? Webmaster, you don't think 50 basis points will be possible in December, October inflation? That's my bigger concern. We still have the trailing inflation data, or the inflation data. It's not going to be good for at least another month or two. All right, give me more caffeine. I'll look at it. Those are the probabilities. So we are basically at September of next year with a 1% difference, then a 7% difference, then an 11% difference. Yeah. Like, yeah, the Fed funds rate market, they're in their own, they continually play against the Fed. But yeah. Raising Keats, you're telling me we had negative GDP growth with a 0%, yeah, and 3% growth with a nearly 4%. Yeah. That 3% rate's quarterly. That's my bigger concern this week. I actually mentioned this 2 days ago. GDP is hot. GDP is hot. Now, by the way, it's also a bit not real. The same factors that caused the GDP to be negative the last 2 quarters was predominantly a buildup in inventory and the import-export trade balance. Those same factors are undoing themselves. All right? So we're going to show GDP tomorrow a little bit hotter than we should because the last 2 quarters we showed GDP growth rates negative. And I know for a fact after tomorrow you're still going to hear people saying, but we're in a recession. We're in a recession. Yeah, go read Visa's earnings report. Tell me we're in a recession because they said fucking no once again. The only companies talking about the terms recession tend to be the ones that missed. Yeah. JP Morgan, hurricanes are coming. They grew their headcount the most of all the big banks. Yeah, those hurricanes were so bad, they hired more people. To that point, let's talk about Google for a second. This is fun. Google missed on advertising revenue. That's why they're down. This was not, by the way, pure currency. All right? This was not their investments being marked to marketed down. This was they outright missed on advertising revenue. Yep, YouTube killed Google, correct. YouTube actually showed deceleration. Do you know what the lesson there actually on YouTube is? Oh, YouTube will be fine. Don't worry. The problem with YouTube is TikTok. YouTube basically has to worry about how to monetize shorts now, their short format, because they're getting eaten up by TikTok. That's actually the lesson. Webmaster, imagine how bad their EPS would have been if they didn't buy back $17 billion in stock. Yeah, I know. Here's the big problem, though, with YouTube, with Google. The number is 13,000. They hired 13,000 employees last quarter. Time to chat. Guys, I don't want to hear about hiring freezes, unemployment rates going up. I heard a lot of bears say that last quarter. All right. Google's doing a hiring freeze. They fucking hired 13,000 plus people. Correction, their headcount ended 13,000. We don't know how many they hired and lost. Oh, brutal. 13,000. If you want a good long-term perspective for Google, they have a lot of ways to cut costs. Google's problem really wasn't top-line revenue. Google's problem was the operating side. They're paying a lot of people. They are paying a lot of people. What the fuck? So yeah, remember, we heard all quarter long, hiring pause, hiring freeze. Yeah, what hiring freeze? Not. By the way, Microsoft was up on headcount too. Okay, there is a lot of reductions in headcount these companies can do And while that may not generate revenue, it'll generate more profitability. Which brings us to the interesting question now on mega cap for earnings. Moving forward, I want to talk about Meta. I want to talk about Amazon. Huh? Getting bodied. Yeah, Spotify is a different ballgame. Yeah. Webmaster makes a really good comment. You feel like the CEO is making a mistake. You wonder what the strategy is. Ford CEO is laying off 1/3 of their workforce in June. UPS, by the way, apparently was reducing their headcount like all last spring in advance. And now FedEx is trying to catch up. Guess which one's the better performing company? Is that the advertising differences between Microsoft and Google? No. Advertising is still such a small space for Microsoft. For Google, it's their entire business, essentially. Augustus, cost-cutting and diverse line of businesses is why you're holding Microsoft and Google through the pain. They are both fantastic businesses. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in that regard. The cool thing is that you could spot areas in which they can outperform. They can start cutting headcount. All right, that's going to improve their bottom line. And literally, in Microsoft's case, if the dollar goes down in the next quarter, they're positioned to crush. PCs are an absolute headwind for them. That's not going to stay the case for more than another quarter or two. You feel like Google is focusing on long-run success? Agreed. And tanking the short-term in meantime? Agreed. The difference is they bought back, what, $18 billion worth of stock? They have a $90 billion authorization? Ooh. Meta and advertising today is going to be a bloodbath. I'd be cautious about that. Meta has a lot lower expectations by this point. I don't anticipate it's going to go well, but Zuckerberg, to me, has come across as the guy who's been a lot more cost conscious previously. So I think too many people are trying to paint broad brushes over mega caps, and I'm not sure that's going to hold up. But let's see how this week goes. That's a downtown Josh Brown perspective on Google, at least it was. Super big on their moonshots, yeah. I mean, once they bought AdSense, Google essentially is a money printing machine, so they could gamble on things like webmail. They can gamble on things like Android. You're down on your Meta calls? I'm very glad I sold out of mine yesterday. That end of day sell was one of my better decisions. I'm not, by the way, I'm very cautious about jumping back in for earnings. I don't know how earnings goes. I'm honestly more concerned with GDP tomorrow. Yeah, Meta, we're firing that 23-year-old product manager, posting how she's not doing any work except looking cute. Profits soar. Not only that, she was posting on TikTok. You can't make that shit up. Why is she posting on TikTok? Yeah. So to me, the two numbers, 38% for Microsoft, the story of Azure growth. Azure is still growing. They're going to have a bad quarter. Their bad quarter will still show sequential and year-over-year growth. All right? There's a lot of companies right now who earnings-wise are going downhill. Google trying to make Stadia happen. That's why they have 50,000 more people. Yeah. They did cancel it. Zuck should have left Facebook alone and spun off Meta. I've heard that argument, and it's an interesting one. It's a really interesting one, Rizzo. Dirty Mud, thank you for the sub. 5 months. Thank you, my friend. At least now, Microsoft less than a drop. Yeah, Microsoft should be down a lot less than Google, honestly. And by the way, Google, weirdly enough, if they step forward tomorrow and say, we're going to get good about cost containment, Google's going to do fine. All right? Google is not egregiously priced. There are egregiously priced companies. I wouldn't put Google up there. Twitch trying so hard to make you watch the ads. Damn it. By the way, I have the setting where it doesn't force subscribers to watch ads. So I've done my best to make sure if you're a sub here, you don't see ads. Twitter small buy up. Very small. Come on, Twitter. Microsoft is a considerably higher PE. Yes. Yes. Microsoft is a software business first and foremost. It tends to get a higher PE. Reddit swap. Will Amazon have the same story as Microsoft and beat in the cloud but miss in retail? It's an interesting one. Amazon, to me, I'd be very cautious about playing against them. If they cut CapEx, they're going to show like a pretty big EPS bump. Sammy, I hope that doesn't hurt my money here. Pull up the Amazon flow. Do you got it? Hit me with the link and we'll check it out. Yeah, Amazon's a really interesting example where basically, I mean, they paid what, $60 billion worth of CapEx last year? Like $60 billion. And by the way, about half of that CapEx was on fulfillment center, basically the retail side, the side that no one gives a shit about. You didn't realize Netflix was chatting the last few months? Yeah, it apparently got to the point that the stock was deemed cheap. And everyone said, I'll take it. And brutal swoon on the market. Brutal swoon. This tells you, I think, the market's not particularly smart. For GDP growth, third quarter is 3.1%. Census Bureau, Department, Fiscal Service, Association of Realtors. Like, this thing's been high. We've called this out for a while now. We were expecting a pretty high. I mean, it's been over 2% since September. Just really, I'm surprised people are shocked. Keep in mind, this is real GDP, meaning part of this could be a combination on the spending side, on the consumption side. The other part of this, and I'd love to see the actual answer to this. What's their CPI calculation? Did CPI go down? Is that also what's causing it? Oh, it's annualized growth. Okay, it's 2.9% annualized. Yeah, imagine that. And this author's pointing out pretty correctly. If you think 2 negative prints were a recession, this means we're out of a recession. Amazon, here we go. Seems kind of balanced. 115 puts, 16 calls. A lot of 116 calls. Do you miss Canada downshift? No, we'll still cover it. Give me liquidity. If that's not the recession definition, then what is? Honest. It's what MBER claims it to be. There is a group of economists, nerds, total nerds, who sit there and look at everything in totality. There's actually 6 specific metrics they look at. Where's my guy? I have someone I follow. Fuck is his name? Let's see if I can just click MBER. It's not that guy. No. What's that guy's name? There's a person I follow who does a lot of really good work in terms of tracking specifically what the 6 dimensions the MBER looks at. And it's really interesting when you see it. Essentially, the idea that the two negative quarters in real GDP indicates a recession, that was created by the media a long time ago. A long time ago. It wasn't like, the president can choose this. No. And I've heard a lot of people say, oh, the White House will just change definition. They're not fucking doing that. They're not doing that. That's always been the case. Yep, I like this. Forbes doesn't get to decide if we're in a recession or not. The MBER does. And by the way, the MBER declared COVID's drop back in 2020 was a recession. And that wasn't 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. It didn't last that long. Windmaster, a lot of global economic entities describe a recession as, because the media did it first. All right. Hey, Stump Burrito. I think CMG had some bad commentary about specifically lower income individuals. I don't know if it's just purely sell the news. I thought their earnings were pretty good. I wonder if people were holding out for a split. But I'd love to find the specific person that I follow who covers it, because it's really cool. And if you look at the 6, put it this way, when you follow this person, you become more convinced we're heading in the direction of a recession next year. It shows you, it lines up really well. Because you can see all of the things even like pointing down. Yeah, big media manipulating the public. Ugh. Anyway. Chipotle has gotten expensive. That is 100% true. Hey, Wendy, you checking this shit out? Morgan Stanley Chief Investment Officer Wilson says the bear market could be over in early 2023. Mike Wilson is not a permabull. He is not Tom Lee. Everyone knows the Phillies winning equals a recession. It equals the end of the world. Wow, Netflix, pivotal research, who I've never heard of, by the way. Double upgrades to buy. Price target to 375 from 200. Oh, God. Yeah, Morgan Stanley's been printing a lot of bullish stuff. Yeah. Yeah, GC Jim. That is wild coming from him specifically. Am I a Michigan Wolverines fan? I assume you're talking about? No, I'm not. Accidental value on the compound. The compound was saying that Mike Wilson has been so good a bear. his clients are now refusing to believe his bullish calls. Yeah. Someone's always off sides. It happened to the bulls, myself included, when we got caught being bullish too long. Well, guess what? It's going to happen to the bears too. How did Skechers go for me? I sold it like a 30% loss. I missed my exit by a few pennies. I could have sold for a little bit up. I tried. I missed it. Oops. Windmaster, his base case is no recession, but also expects true bottom in Q1. Interesting. B-Hood, in a few days, we might find bonds are offsides. I agree with that. If we're talking about betting, equities versus bonds, I don't know. I currently have on semi calls. I'm hoping they rise before earnings. You can see that most recent drop kind of took out a lot of them. But yeah, if I have to hold them, I'll hold them. So I have on semi and applied materials in both cases, very near the money or at the money calls. And both of them are dated November 18th. So if I have to hold them, I'll hold them. So I'm not playing any direct earnings. The only company that I have calls in that I'm almost certainly going to hold through their earnings is Apple. Apple. I see too many people I think are offsides on Apple. Apple, I'm going to play. Win or lose, and Tim Cook, I trust. Nope, caffeine did not sell. So, yeah. Am I playing meta? No, I'm out of meta. I'm concerned about meta. I'm a lot less confident. Listen, I didn't think Google was going to miss on advertising. I didn't. Google missing on advertising got me like, By the way, the funny thing is, why Google missed on advertising, they called out specifically the real estate sector for ads, the financial services sector, and crypto. Apparently, there's a lot less ads from those companies in Google. They called it out on their earnings, which I thought was fantastic. Hey, it's not always a loss, right? I am happy to see less crypto ads. Yeah. Accidental value, I feel you on that on TSMC. Yep. TSMC gets no love. Yeah, B-Hood. The concern about TSMC is it's a China overhang. But aside from that, it's such a fantastic business. Yep, Augustus agrees with you on Apple. You keep saying with Apple, even if they fuck up, they'll get a pass. Yeah. The fact that they don't do guidance helps. They're going to sit there and say, we still see consumer as strong. They're going to be talking about that. And then in the end, they're not going to give numbers so people can go, oh, well, their growth rate went from X to Y. Yeah. The NBA sold the top on crypto. Somebody locked in sponsorship deals and stadium name change. That's awesome. Yeah. Give me liquidity. Still not touching China ADRs? No. We would have been well served to, by the way. A lot of their stocks are bouncing back pretty hardcore. Apparently, Xi Jinping does not want their market to go down. Every ER, Apple doesn't do guidance, and people get mad. I know. People are always like, oh, well, Apple's going to guide down. It's like, my brother in Christ. Have you ever seen an Apple earnings call? They don't guide. They just talk positively. Yeah. What's the next support for SPY? Is SPY still dying? It's trying to. We're at 383. Wow. Here's the funny thing. What's scaring everybody is that GDP is good. Apparently good news is bad. ChemLife, yeah, I did. Not surprised. Europe has an energy crisis. Not just today, they have a longer running energy crisis. And quite frankly, it's a crisis of their own choosing. I mean, put it like this. You don't see a lot of headcount for like big tech over in Europe as well, because they have bad policies for business. This is not new. Board XEX, GDP up? Yeah, GDP's up big. The expectation is it's going to be up big. Apple don't guide, they pride. Yeah, they do. How do we feel about Ford? Well, GM did really well. GM did really well. By the way, even with the dump on GDP, which I think is crazy, notice something. Oracle's still up. There is at least one pocket of the market that's being smart. All right? Azure showed growth. People are like, oh no, they're not growing over 40%. All right, fine, 38% with currency as a headwind. All right. Oracle's in the cloud space. Google surprised positively on cloud. That's why with Amazon, it's going to be interesting. Are they going to show more of the deceleration side like Microsoft? Or are they going to speak more like Google? The problem for Amazon is they're the biggest player in this space. So spontaneous, haven't seen a day with Microsoft and Google down this big. Yeah, this is worse than like Snap. This is more impactful than when Snap fucked them. Jerry B, crazy to think we ran from 348 to almost 388 on a HOTS. Yeah. Crypto.com Arena is a 20-year naming rights deal. Oh. That stadium name is going to outlast the company. The thing about these car companies as well, and I actually posted about this on Twitter. It's one of those things, I find it incredible. Is it? Yep. So GM CEO delivered strong results, including record Q3 revenue and double-digit EBIT adjusted margins. We've been operating with lower volumes due to the semiconductor shortage for the past year, and we've delivered strong results despite those pressures. My viewpoint is nothing despite these pressures, more like because of those pressures, you've had record gross margins. Those pressures were also self-inflicted. The bullwhip is coming for automobiles. The bullwhip is coming. They're going to overproduce. The U.S. automotive industry in particular has always produced based on supply and not demand. They have union contracts. They basically have to produce. At some point, they will stop blaming semiconductors and associated part shortages. They're going to overproduce. I'm pretty sure, like, that's the point. Dealerships are taking the dick. And I think at some point, the margins in particular are going to come down. By the way, that'll be a big challenge for Tesla in particular as well. Tesla looks pretty good when every other EV, due to lack of supply, is also expensive. When GM and Ford are forced to start selling them a little bit cheaper, it's going to hurt Tesla. Yep, SPY's a dumpster fire at the moment. Look at this. Dipped right below it. Seeking Waifu, you joined late. Surprised you haven't heard anyone mention AMD. There's a lot to talk about. What's AMD doing today? I assume shitty. My God. AMD's dipped under 60 again. The mole, it's the FedCast GDP now. So it's just an estimate that incorporates all the different pieces of data that get released. And it's saying a 3.1% annualized rate, which is a little bit distorted. It's basically undoing some of the negative results that happened in the last 2 quarters because of the buildup of inventory and the trade balance. I think it did come out at 1240. People said it was that time period. So yeah, with Ford coming up, I mean, here's the thing. GM didn't pre-release shit. GM basically got to surprise the street. Ford has already guided down. They actually maintain their full year guide. I don't know if that matters. Did Elon Musk apparently update his profile to say Chief Twit? The guy says, yet that macro is terrible. You wonder if there's anything they could do to better differentiate themselves, build up hype, communicate their prospect. But yeah. It doesn't help them very well when Intel keeps basically like wrapping their arms around AMD whenever they're complaining, like, oh yeah, well, the entire sector is down. And it's like, no, it's not. That's a you thing. So that's saying Twitter's doing well. It should. Come on, go to 54. Yes, I thought about the lack of Tesla dropping. It's not dropping. I don't know why. I wish it would. I'm annoyed. God, Yin is doing really well. Up 11.3%. Oof. Yep, caffeine. Maybe he's not selling. Would have loved to have seen the big dillies showing he would sell, but yeah. Oh well. Apple's down 2%. People know Apple doesn't have a lot in common with either Microsoft or with Google. Mr. Baggins, I don't know. It's Elon Musk. He may have just gotten an additional margin loan. We don't know. Yeah, it's not mine. I know. An inverse of the Tesla play with a 10 bagger. I know. Sucks. God, semis were doing so good earlier. The interesting thing I was hoping to point out was Texas Instruments for a while there. Texas Instruments was in danger of going green. Yeah, so by puts and calls, you always come out on top. You play both sides. It's not mine. Good. I hope your son's doing well. Yeah, Texas Instruments. Talk about their earnings for a second. I really want to take a moment to show you something about how much of a Chad of a company this is. All right. Particularly you value investors, keep an eye on a company like Texas Instruments because this is interesting. So for the trailing 12 months, all right, free cash flow as a percent of revenue, 40%, okay, for the last 12 months. Free cash flow, $7.1 billion, okay? Sorry, wrong year. My fault. $5.9 billion, 29%. All right. And by the way, that's because they've been spending a lot more on CapEx thanks to the CHIPS Act. All right. So $5.9 billion, just under 30% free cash flow. All right. For the trailing 12 months, Dividends paid, $4.2 billion. Stock repurchases, $2.9 billion. Total cash returned, $7.1 billion. They made $5.9 billion in free cash flow and gave back over the last 12 months $7.1 billion. They actually gave you more cash than they generated in this time period. Okay, that's a very chadish behavior. The reason why Texas Instruments had an excellent quarter. The problem, of course, for Texas Instruments is that they basically guided down roughly about $500 million. The funny thing is, they did that before too. I don't buy too much into their guide down. I do buy into some of their commentary though. They're showing expanding weakness, particularly in industrial. They call out automotive as being strong. This is why I bought onsemi this morning. onsemi does play in industrial. onsemi does play in automotive as well. They play in different parts. The mole, is that market manipulation? Is what market manipulation? Sorry. The answer is almost certainly going to be no. Morningstar CMG headline: burritos appear to be downturn resistant. Chipotle's reports results in line with their expectations. Chipotle did excellent. I thought they did really well. TI did not do market manipulation. No. It's just a very well-ran company. The thing about TI, it's boring. All right, the thing about TI, it's a boring ass company. Right now, they're calling the downturn's going to hit industrial. They also pointed out, they said, we don't know when the downturn's going to hit automotive. We know it's going to because these things happen, but we do not see it yet. That's important. With onsemi having a lot more exposure to automotive, that's why I like them. Also, with onsemi, you're essentially playing Wolfspeed tonight. By the way, Wolfspeed's IV is fucking nuts. This company is insane. This is also, to me, the most egregiously valued semiconductor stock in the market. Forward PE is what, 62? It's the silicon carbide pure play. They're going to have, they basically all the issues facing PCs, they don't make parts for PCs. Any perceived issue with cell phones, they don't make any chips that go in cell phones. They only make silicon carbide chips. So that's why they're probably going to have a good story to tell. I have no clue, though, what's priced into the stock. Plus, they need to raise money. I'd be very cautious about playing them. They need cash. You're in MasterCard calls. Good luck to you, my friend. Come on, American Express was doing so well. Go back up. Come on. Visa. Oh, God. We need to talk about Visa. This company is such a fucking Chad. Here we go. Spencer, hold on. What's this? I'm not a fan of GOOG. Oh, God. BlackRock headquarters in New York has been breached by a mob of people with pitchforks. That annoys me. That annoys me. Yeah, got there on an oil-powered bus, clothes they're wearing built and transported using oil, uses smartphones. Anyway, fuck them. Talk about Visa for a second. This is a really impressive business. All right, this is a really impressive business. 10.6 billion in gross revenue, 3.9 billion in net profit. Spencer asks, isn't that what I'm worried about? Yes. I don't know if these are true apes, but yes. Radicalization's my problem. Yep, Cali Otter, no commentary. Know that I agree with you. Yeah, one of my big concerns is that it's becoming way too easy to radicalize people. This is why you get things like Pizzagate. This is why you get January 6th. It's why we got Occupy Wall Street. You're convincing people that every issue is like life or death, and it's not going to end well. Caddy Issue says, credit card companies get paid interest for balances and swipe fees from merchants. Buyers and sellers pay them. Yep, it's insane the money they make. And this is true. This is true. Okay, out of net revenue, their net profit, all right, their net profit was 51%. So it's basically their gross revenue minus client incentives equals net revenue. Super good. And PE is still what, 30 or so? Is that what their PE is? If so, you can make an argument as to why. Forward, I had their forward PEs less than 24. $12 billion buyback, really high margins. Who's competing with Visa? You have MasterCard, American Express. You probably will see some more competition in the future, but there's a lot of barriers to entry to set up like a payment network, which is what Visa is. It's not easy. Lugador, apparently 1 in 10 people is officially categorized as paranoid neurotics. Hence, Pizzagate becomes a real thing with echo chamber and easy to placate that to the crowd through Facebook at speak only to them. Everything becomes conspiracy. It's self-fulfilling. I agree. What terrifies me the most is people make money basically radicalizing others through ads. I mean, shit. You guys realize there are people right now who believe Disney is going to acquire AMC. I am terrified that once we get the true flush on a lot of like the meme stocks, I am terrified of what the outcome of that's actually going to be. Because there are people who are going to lose everything on this. And they truly believe. And there are people, content creators, who made money feeding them outrage. And they were knowingly false. That's what bothers the shit out of me. Like, people will get hurt. People may die on it. And that terrifies the shit out of me. I had to live through watching it happen, basically. One of the big things, you guys have heard me, I know some of you disagree with me, and I'm going to be honest, this is not one of those things I particularly care about. 2008, the great financial crisis, was not just greedy bankers. It was perpetual greed throughout the system. There were people who bought multiple houses who knew they could not afford them. They got conned into it. They also believed it. There was enough greed to go around throughout society. A lot of people trying to flip houses. Okay? They added to the problems. And as a result, when they sit there and say, well, it's because of Wall Street's greed, it's like, no, motherfucker, your greed played into it too. You thought by working a $50,000 a year job, you could afford a $400,000 house. Part of it sits with you too. And that's what terrifies me. Some of those people lost all trust in the financial system. They're not investing for their own retirement. They're going to be in a bad situation. Or, quite frankly, they got so distrustful, they threw all their money into crypto and NFTs. The problem with lending is that it's predatory. It's always been that way, yes. There was a true structural issue. The structural bomb that really set off the global financial crisis is the idea that a mortgage broker or a mortgage lender could issue a mortgage on Friday and sell it on Monday. So they had no incentive to actually make sure the person could pay it back. It wasn't their problem. That's the structural flaw that blew up the entire financial system. Bad Caddy Issues. Looking back at 2008, we were approved for a mortgage that was the equivalency of 75% of our gross income. Yeah, that's why. Do we know if Elon sold shares? I have no clue, Chief Shelley. The stock ain't down significantly, then the answer is no. By the way, DLR reports earnings tonight. Yep. And I want them to go down. How's Air doing? They were up earlier. Now they're actually down. Look at that. They topped $23 a share. What a fucking Chad. By the way, this is the account that has the cool flows. Caffeine. Here you go. That's the account that does the really cool. So like, here's the Google one. Oops. Chart first. Yeah, here's the Google one. This is such a massive beast. Satsuno, what's the thesis with DLR? It's a data center REIT that has a lot of interesting potential headwinds. It basically is going to compete in the cloud space with the Microsofts, the Googles, etc. They're going to pay a lot more for electricity. Yeah. Give me a second and I'll point out. It's Jim Chanos' favorite short right now. Yes, it's Diogenes play. Diogenes is Jim Chanos. So for Alphabet, the problem is right here on the left. Search advertising, they missed. Combine that with YouTube, they missed. Therein lies the problem. They actually beat on Google Cloud expectations. Also, their cost of revenue, particularly their operating expenses. Oh, this was not good. It was not good. They're still growing, by the way. But yeah, therein lies the problem with Alphabet. See if the SPY's bouncing yet. Gonna try. Yeah, 10.3 billion in R&D. What are they spending that money on? Here, let me pull up our good boy. This is his play. He's a smarter man than me. I like this. Microsoft said revenue growth at the Azure cloud computing unit will drop by 5 percentage points this period from the prior quarter, sending shares reeling. But that's currency. And Diogenes says, I'm sure the data center REITs still at 70 to 100 times earnings will be fine. He shits on them a lot. So his Twitter account will have the information in regarding his bear case, his short case, specifically on them. I'm gonna find like one of his posts. So I'm purely following him. By the way, he's a famed short seller, so he tends to have a very he has a pessimistic mindset, which I appreciate because I don't. Yep. Shall we talk about Canada? Oh, Canada. Canada did something interesting. I know Webmaster has a lot of thoughts on this, and I actually like him. Canada decided today, everyone was expecting what, 75 basis points? Gave us 50. Was that correct, Wendy? 50 instead of 75, or was it 25 instead of 50? Basically, it's called a downshift. This is not a pivot. A pivot would indicate cutting rates. A pause means they stop increasing rates. A downshift basically means they are cutting the pace of rates. And in this case, they were expecting 75 and they gave 50. Now, B-Hood is correct. There is something very unique about Canada, particularly compared to the United States. Canada's housing market is, shall we say, exceptionally regarded. The negative connotation. The problem is they have variable rate mortgages as a standard. So as these rates go up and people start resetting, their mortgage payments go up. Combine that with the fact that Canadian real estate's fucking stupid. Yeah, I said it. If you are Canadian and you feel insulted by anything I said, please note you are welcome to apologize below. We will accept it. We love our Canadian neighbors. We understand. If this hurts, we will accept your apologies below. Thank you very much for participating. But yeah, Canada real estate is fucking stupid. Okay? UK is the same, yeah, but Canada didn't make stupid decisions alongside the UK when they went through Brexit. And then they tried to put forth a bunch of tax cuts. That's the UK. Canada has been doing a lot of good things. All right? Canada was more aggressive in terms of hiking rates. All right? Like, Canada's been doing a lot of things right. The problem is their housing market's been overinflated for a very long time. Part of this has to do, by the way, with Canada being considered a investment vehicle, particularly for overseas Chinese, particularly from people from Hong Kong. Okay? Vancouver, how easy is it to buy a place there when overseas basically comes over, pays cash, sight unseen? Yeah. Canada's been doing all sorts of interesting things, like what? Isn't there an occupancy tax, essentially? Or an unoccupancy tax, where if you have a place that's basically not being occupied, the owner has to pay taxes, which I actually think is fucking brilliant. You're not going to hear me complain about that. But yeah, Canada is the first, technically the second. Australia did it earlier, to do a downshift, to basically surprise on the dovish side. Toronto, Hong Kong East, yep. We just implemented a larger foreign buyer tax, 25%. Nice. Yeah. Separately, I do not like the idea that housing is essentially an investment, mainly because the US and the housing realm, we have weird patchwork. This is less to do about monetary policy and a lot more to do with what kind of constitutes fiscal policy. You have a lot of zoning restrictions at the local level, which are incredibly stupid. Like San Francisco, you can't build big buildings. Yeah, I wonder why their real estate's so expensive. It's stupid. It's a stupid policy. First-time buyers should get more benefits. I would agree, but I'll go one step further and say we should not be allowing people to deduct mortgage interest. I know some of you disagree with me. I would rather cut your taxes another way. Okay, I don't want to make you pay more. I want to bring down the cost of housing by not letting people be able to afford more housing through tax benefits. Just make housing cheaper. Dreaded Dog, in your opinion, the next is down to 25 points. Inflation is coming down hard in most of Canada, which is good because, by the way, inflation's coming down for the US too. We're going to get a hot number. We're going to get a really hot number this week, and I fucking promise you, someone's going to come into this channel and be like, haha, peak inflation, despite the fact inflation will still be under 9.1% year over year, which it was in June. So we're still not going to be changing the peak inflation narrative, but inflation's going to look high. And the answer to that one really simply is because we're using deeply lagging cost of housing, cost of shelter. Meanwhile, Case-Shiller came out yesterday and had one of the worst drops ever. It was negative. If we were using more real-time data on housing, we'd be seeing deflation already in the official numbers. Is it inflation going to crash this month? The expectation is you specifically have automotive and you have healthcare, which are both on the core side. Both of them are expected to post pretty significant drops. Cars should have been hitting last month. Now it's finally going to hit. The problem on the inflation side, the official numbers we get, it's really the lagging nature of housing by using owner's equivalent rent. And then separately, we're still going to have wage inflation holding up. Energy is not a problem yet. It's not. Watch. Liquidity. What if crude supply issues hit the market? We'll deal with that when it happens. It's a fair question. It's a fair question, but compared to where we were on the energy side, like, it's not going to make it. Put it this way, energy has to go up significantly for us to be concerned about going back to June. B-Hood, I love this viewpoint. You really hope someone next week in JPOW questions how they missed housing on the way up. Aren't they afraid they're missing it on the way down, given the lag? Yeah. That's the problem. The owner's equivalent rent, by the way, for everyone who thinks the Fed should have picked up that inflation was rising earlier, the lagging nature of housing essentially meant it wasn't baked into the numbers for most of last year. Then it finally hits. Too late. And now it's going down, but it's still going to be showing it's going up in the official CPI numbers, like the next 3 months. Yeah. Problem is, B-Hood, you know for a fact, if they change the definition now, every Q bear is going to be like, see, the federal government's just doing this shit again. It's like, yeah. Accidental value, even for the wages, wage growth tracker by the Atlanta Fed shows wage growth easing a bit. Yeah, I've seen that too. Hey, Fig, good timing. We're just talking about it right now. I like the fact that Canada's doing it. First of all, 50 basis points. Let's chat, guys. I'm going to assume a lot of the people in here are either newish to investing or at least newish to like a lot of like macroeconomic indicators and like tracking like boring ass macroeconomic news. So let me tell you this much. Throughout my lifetime, I am used to eras in which usually you get 25 basis points and that's it. 25 is the standard step. All right. 50 was a shock. So we've had 475 rate hikes in the US. All right. That is unusual. That's why when people say like, I expect we're gonna get 100, I'm like, no, we're fucking not. We didn't get it months ago when inflation was at 9.1% because of how freakish 75 is, let alone 100. We're not going to get it now when inflation is actually less. We're not. Even if you see core number going up, we're not. If we didn't already get it, the likelihood of us getting it now, extremely shocking. Extremely shocking. So the idea that Canada is comfortable basically going from 75 to 50, does it mean they see inflation over? No, no one's saying that. No one is saying that. What they're basically saying is they don't need to go 80 miles per hour when they see their turn coming up. They can start slowing down. And that's where I think the Fed is probably going to end up landing. I think there's a bit of a dovish surprise coming next week. FOMC. Before the Fed went into the blackout period, they were comfortable floating the idea through Nick Timros, who I think this was a float, that they are looking to slow down. And a lot of people are like, well, that's why the stock market's up. Like, yeah, it should be. Because if you believe they're data dependent, that means they see evidence that they are making progress on inflation. And that means people expecting over 5% terminal rate, that's not consensus anymore. Yeah. It's kind of cool. So I want a data dependent people. Setsuma, please tell us about your experience during Volcker. Shit. Keep in mind, I wasn't around that time. Someone says Meta's dying. That's a steady death. Mr. Baggins, yeah, but as soon as the pause or slow, energy will moon. No, I don't agree with that. Let's see. We'll see if that's true or not. But Mr. Baggins, that was the same thing supposedly when the US is going to end the SPR, which we'll see if that happens. All right. That was also the case, like what? When Saudi Arabia was going to cut production? That really hasn't happened either. Now there's a lot of talk that China's going to release from their own SPR, and their own SPR is much, much bigger. Sponsored by Coors, I don't even care about Kano. I'm just holding on to it. It's a small bet, but I'm holding it. It was Alexander Hound. Motherfuckers. Look at you guys. Hey, Dry Day Dog. You've missed the stream the last few weeks. Have I gloated yet for my commitment to air? No. No. I wasn't doomsaying when they were going down, so I can't take a lap when they're up. My original argument behind Air. By the way, if I had really known what I was doing with Air, I would have been swing trading it this entire time. I didn't. I just bought shares and I just parked their asses. They're a company I'm going to hold for years. I like the case. Accidental value, I'm kind of thinking the same way now about Meta. Mr. Baggins, isn't there a fundamental supply problem with energy, though? Some commodities, coppers. Yeah, there is like long term, I'm in that case. I'm in that camp. But shorter term, on the energy side, like if you looked at Halliburton and Schlumberger, they're talking about increased production everywhere. Maybe not immediately, but is it enough to bring down the immediate kind of curves? And the idea that China is now at least talking about the SPR, I'm looking for an in on energy. I absolutely am. I don't think this is a time period. And more importantly, I don't think you're going to immediately see energy have the significant impact on the inflation prints in the US. Not yet. Not yet. Excellent value. I actually like the call that you're making. The 1 in 1,000 chance that Zuck announces a slowdown in metaverse capex spend, shit'll moon regardless of results. Guys, it's the same story with Amazon. One of these earnings, they're going to come in and say, we found Jesus. We're not going to be blowing all this money. If Meta cuts their capex, essentially they become even more of a free cash flow machine. Data center costs are high for Microsoft and Google. Wouldn't they be high for AWS and Meta? Yes. Yes, they would be. They'd be very high. Do not spend any more money on avatars. Yep. Stop buying monkey JPEGs. I'm begging you. Stop buying them. Chem Life, like when then? Energy has murdered every other sector. I think we'll get a good... by the way, you can make the argument right now could be the interesting time to jump into energy. Let's see the XLE. Nah, wait. Everything else has got murdered. They got fucking rocked, though. And a lot of this to me was unfair. A lot of this to me was unfair. See, Dizzle. Did Zuck figure out how to get Avatar? Apparently, yes. They have legs now. God. If the dollar stays down, energy should rocket. It'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see. Yeah, Chem Life, I've noticed that, yeah. That's the weird thing about, like, oil company stocks in particular. You're playing a derivative of energy itself. It's weird. Yeah. Keep in mind, guys, long term, I believe in the bull case for energy. All right? I do. We have a deficit of molecules that produce energy. The world will always consume more and more energy. That sucks. I've seen that one before. Yeah, the 3D manufacturing stock, if I remember correctly. Yeah, digital manufacturing platform. Yeah. Bag holders. Bag holders everywhere. They have not a lot of cash. They have, put it this way, they have more debt than cash, if this is to be believed. They're not going to be making a lot of money, apparently. Gareb Squad Kano? I don't know. Does it do anything cool? Or is it just following the rest of the market? That's fucking brutal. Ouch. They need some milk. But yeah. That's a very super ugly chart, yeah. The reason why is because apparently CVS was supposed to acquire them. And there was reports, which CVS, by the way, has not confirmed. And I don't think Kano's confirmed or denied it either. But supposedly CVS is walking away. Now, when CVS tried to make the acquisition, apparently there was at least 2 other companies looking at acquire them. So I bought some calls on that. It's not worked out well for December, hoping that someone else tries to jump in. If they don't, that's fine. It's a small position. It's a gamble. Gamble. I do that sometimes. Yeah, Chem Life, guilty as charged. We've been waiting 7 to 8 years. You guys got fucked, though. You guys got fucked. The oil bulls got screwed by the SPR releases from the US and China lockdowns. Trust me, as a guy who follows and loves semiconductors, I feel for you guys. Okay? We got fucked over because people thought neon mattered. Literally, not one fewer semiconductor got produced due to neon shortages. It was never a problem. And a lot of people who are knowledgeable in the space called it out. It was bullshit. And yet, yeah, that beat up semiconductor stocks in an unfair time period. By the way, good to see Broadcom up. I do want to talk about another stock. This one's surprising to me. This one I didn't expect. Seagate. The only reason I did not play Seagate for earnings is because I knew they would shit the bed, and I didn't think it would matter. I think the story had already been established through Western Digital, through Microsoft, through Intel, through AMD, through Nvidia. Everyone knows the PC market's weak. Guess what? They've confirmed it again. Okay, they shat the bed. They guided down. They still dropped. This is the 3rd time this company has gone down essentially for the same reason. Yeah. Which raises an interesting question. Do we play Intel puts? Is Intel more like Micron or is it more like Seagate? Where they give a bad... or Logitech. Logitech and Micron. Both of them. All right? Both of them gave shit earnings, gave shit guidance due to their exposure to the PC market, and the next day, their stocks didn't give a fuck. Meanwhile, Seagate says what everyone's already known, and apparently everyone sold their shit. Oh, facing charges of violating sanctions, the Huawei. By selling hard drives. God, that's dumb. Dumb for Seagate to do. My best performer last earnings season. Yep. I played Seagate and I played puts on both Seagate and Intel, and it worked out well for both of them. By the way, time to talk about an interesting company. It's almost certainly not going to come up on this chart. All right. It's an important company, though. Nope. Yes, Intel chart, yeah. Anyone heard of the company by the name of Mobileye? Drummond Zerglin, Twitch is bugging out and not allowing you to resub. I think you're already a sub. Mobileye. Yes, guys. Want to talk about Mobileye. Okay. The ticker is MBLY. It's IPO today. All right. The IPO is going pretty well. I think they were going to release it at like roughly like what, $21? Originally they were talking about like I think $20, something like that. It's jumped up a few different times. It's currently trading at just under, it's $27.26. Mobileye is an interesting company. And the best way to describe it right now, they are the leader in chips used for automobiles, which means, well, specifically chips used for, what's it called? Like for cockpit functionality, right? I don't like this company. Here is the problem. You have NVIDIA and Qualcomm talking about design wins in the automotive space. Guess who they're competing against? Guess who the largest player is right now? Mobileye. Which means as Qualcomm and NVIDIA start growing in this space, they're taking money from Mobileye. The other problem is Mobileye is just going to IPO. They need a lot of money to try to compete, particularly against Qualcomm. You guys know I'm a Qualcomm homer, but here's why. Because Qualcomm can integrate their, quote, cockpit chips, okay, the processors that will essentially drive the cars of the future, literally, all the sensors that enables the car to see in the future, with the fact that Qualcomm historically has been very good at modems and RFFE, radio frequency front ends. So they can integrate all these chips and sell a package solution. It's like going up against Microsoft when Microsoft can bundle with Windows, Office. So if I'm a bull on particularly Qualcomm in the automotive section, I'm naturally going to be a bear on Mobileye because I think a lot of their success is going to come at the expense of Mobileye. Now, comparing Mobileye to Intel, someone on VTards made a really good statement. They're like, great, now we can go long the part of Intel that's actually good, which is Mobileye, which is true, and then we can go short the rest, which is bad, which is Intel. And they're exactly correct. Exactly correct. The only part of Intel that basically showed any growth was their automotive division, i.e. Mobileye, and now they're spinning it off. Separately, what I really appreciate about this was that in 2017, when they acquired their stake in Mobileye, they sold their stake in ASML. They will make maybe $1 billion off an investment of $15 billion. Look where they sold ASML and look where it is now. Back in 2017, ASML is roughly $100. Today, even after dropping so much, it's $485. So they spent $15 billion. They're going to make about $16.8 to $17 billion. And they sold off an asset that, had they held it, would have gone from $15 billion to essentially $60 billion. And that's assuming they missed the top. Someone say, Money, you're still nervous on autonomous driving. Hasn't there finally been reports that it's been a much tougher problem to crack for full L4 than anyone? Yes, but they don't have to just make money on autonomous driving. The reason I said the cockpit functions, so it's integrating all the different sensors, not just for autonomous driving, but for things like driver assist. So like if your car starts veering, you have a sensor there that communicates to the cockpit. You have a master chip that basically manages all of that. So this is not just about self-driving. Self-driving is absolutely a part of it, but just advanced driver assistance systems. So whether it's lane detection or just making your infotainment system work and look good, that's the other areas they play in. 64 pillars. How about Tesla ripping yet? Yes, I mentioned it earlier. It hurts. It hurts a lot. It doesn't make us feel good. So from now on, we will call Mobileye Moobly. Yep, I'm Steve is correct. There are a lot of self-driving applications outside of classic self-driving. Correct, yeah. Am I still going to play meta calls? I'm not currently in meta. I'm going to be honest. It's kind of tempting. They are getting bodied before they've reported. How bad? The story for meta, are they going to pivot away from the metaverse? At least cut some of the CapEx. If the answer is yes, I don't think people give a shit about their earnings. More importantly, well, they have lower they can go, so it's not like they're at their kind of cheapest, but And Bitoska, I did like the CMG's Chipotle. I think Chipotle is a fantastic business. It does feel overly punished. And people took a lot of profit. He accidental value. He doesn't even need to pivot, just pause, yeah. Will I ever go into the metaverse? Good question. I don't know. Did I see George Noble's ETF Nope get destroyed? Oh, God. Holy shit. Oh, fuck happened here? I like how it's called Nope. Comical name. Agreed. Sometimes a name tells you all you need to know. Lost 10% yesterday. I want to see Texas Instruments go green. That'd be the ultimate fuck off. Yeah, I'd love to know what's specifically in it. Ape. What's up there? Ape's down 9.8. AMC is down not much. GME down. What's IWM doing? Do I jump? God, I sold this one too early. Basically like a levered arc short, more or less. Oh, that was dangerous. So it's discretionary. That's one way to put it. Brad, you. Good for them. God. At least they got something on the COVID bump. Boeing down big. I have no clue. Apparently, they made a lot of free cash. I don't know if this is fair. I don't know how to value Boeing. Oh, C Dizzle. You're a man after my heart. T-Doc reports tonight. Oh my God. T-Doc. Elon to address Twitter staff on Monday. He's going to tell them all to fuck off. They also did not kill anybody in the quarter. That's important. If you didn't kill people, that should be a positive. Yeah. Tonight you have anally reporting, which is important for a lot of people because they're going to feel it. Yeah, it's fair when you look at Boeing's. Basically, Boeing made a terrible deal to upgrade Air Force One, and they had to take a huge write down, so their EPS looks like shit. T-Doc is a really interesting company. So tonight we have Meta. All eyes are on Meta. Ford probably does well. I've heard rumblings ServiceNow should do well. Wolfspeed and Clack are going to be interesting. Clack, by the way, I think is going to do very well. Check out T-Doc happily. T-Doc, don't they make money? In fact, don't they actually make a fairly good amount of money? Here's the weekly chart. Good Lord. No, they don't make money. They got upgraded from sell to neutral, but no one wants to put a price target on it. Oh my God. Look at this. Saying Twitter's ascending. Hold on, I'll check Twitter for 1 second. Come on, Twitter. More. I still think when you go back to the images of Mark Zuckerberg training for MMA, like imagine him just going through the hallways of Facebook and beating the shit out of lazy employees. I saw that, Penny. Yeah, must change his Twitter description, said Chief Twit. Hey, apparently he's closing the transaction this Friday. Yep, Penny, I can see you. I assume they can too. By the way, doesn't Twitter report earnings tonight? It's going to be a fucking train wreck. Rad, that's what I'm wondering too. What happens if you don't want to sell your Twitter stock to Elon? You don't get a choice, my friend. You don't get a choice. I am looking forward to selling shares of something to the world's richest man for like 3 or 4 times more than it's worth. Although if it does hit 54, I'll just sell. I don't need that extra 20 cents. Yep, even though the Tesla puts have not worked out, the fact that I bought 600 shares back last Friday at $50 a share was a very smart play by me, if I do say so myself. It paid for my Tesla puts going to zero. And I still had the original 200 shares, my cost basis of $39, and the what, $12,000 or $13,000 in calls I already sold previously. DRS your Twitter, don't let Elon take it. Fuck off. All right, let's go back to T-Doc for a second. I want to see that shares. Oh, look at the dilution, my friends. Look at it. Look at it. This is not the time you want to be a money-losing company. It really isn't. If I'm going to invest in a company that loses money, I will invest in Snowflake. Snowflake's the better one. Jordy, you sold your $50 Twitter a couple weeks ago. Hey, no one can blame you. Listen, if you held calls through all the shit that happened the last 2 weeks, you weren't sleeping well. You weren't. Fucking terrible to deal with that shit. And Bitaska, yeah, I may save 1 share of Twitter. I may sell all but 1 share just to see it get pulled away. So I can say I sold that one. Just knowing that Elon Musk had to pay me the extra 20 cents because he wanted to meme stupidest acquisition. By the way, I still think he'll make money. Long term. Hey, Kintakushi. How you doing, my friend? What reaction do I expect Meta earnings will have on Amazon, if any? Ooh. Shouldn't. We could say it shouldn't. It would. Market's not that smart. Put it this way. If you're playing logically, it shouldn't. Meta and Amazon play in very different spots. Now Bloomberg says Musk talks to Twitter employees on Friday. So Trump back on Monday? Could be. Hey, Analyze FH, first time chat. Welcome to the party, my friend. Best tips to get started in what? Investing? I don't know if I'm the right person to ask that question to. No, I mean, you open a brokerage account, and I think you have a nice conversation with your financial advisor about what your kind of goals and objectives are. You got to understand the difference between like day trading versus like actual investing. Yeah, follow penny ether, yeah. But back to specifically Meta and Amazon. I don't know how Amazon reacts specifically to Meta. Theoretically, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. But, yes, Penny, I crept out of my Skechers puts. Yeah, like 35% down, something like that. Penny, you feel like Musk's best bet was to say he'll let pariahs back onto Twitter, get the government? Government's not going to block it. That report was not true. That report was not true. It was a fake report. Bloomberg got suckered. I did post it in the Discord. Biden's press secretary was specifically asked about any national security review, and she goes, that story's not true. And I believe her. So I think Bloomberg got suckered. I think they helped essentially manipulate the stock. Yeah. Penny, believe it or not, the other part was true, but Elon should said he'll do crazy stuff and have Dems get Penny in the twist, and they wouldn't stop it still. The interesting thing is, had he gone that route, he would go through the acquisition. First of all, if he got blocked, there's this thing called prevention doctrine, which apparently the Delaware Court of Chancery is a pretty big deal about. Do you know what Elon's punishment would be if the government came in and blocked it due to shit he did like this? $54.20 a share in damages to Twitter. He doesn't get Twitter. That's the truth. Prevention doctrine basically states if a contract is violated through consistent actions of one party, the judge can go ahead and enforce the agreement anyway. So he was at risk of basically losing $54.20 a share without getting Twitter in return. By the way, then all of his funding would have dried up. And if Elon says, well, I'm not going to pay it, there's a separate court ruling, Delaware Court of Chancery. Penny Either says, how is it his fault what the government does in order to silence dissent? If they perceive it's through his actions, keep in mind, Penny, the agreement was already supposed to be consummated back in September. So Elon's Musk's after September potentially being the cause of it, yeah. They would absolutely have the ability to rule on it. I'm not saying they would, I'm saying they could. And by the way, separately, even if Elon's like, well, fuck you, I'm not going to obey, the fact that Delaware Court of Chancery has ruled stock holdings of Delaware registered corporations are within the jurisdiction to target for sanctions means they could literally confiscate shares of Tesla from Elon to give to Twitter. Yep. I like that, Penny. How is it his fault what the government does in order to silence dissent? Separately, you realize Elon Musk would lose all of his government contracts for SpaceX and Starlink. Those businesses essentially become zero if he gets labeled a foreign agent, and it hurts Tesla. Like, he would lose in the long run probably more than $54 billion, or rather more than $44 billion, which is the price tag for Twitter. Like, Elon's special. He's not stupid. I still think he was rash in going through the Twitter acquisition, without a doubt. But yeah, that's his problem. We could, yeah, I did see the article. Yeah, everything's drilling but Tesla. I know, it's insulting. Penny, you don't know if the look what you made me do argument would stick, but I guess it was a calculated decision on his part not to test it out. Like, yeah, I mean, if he had listened to his lawyers, this wouldn't have become an issue a long time before. But he was in dangerous waters in regards to the court case. He was in a very dangerous situation. Check Amazon for a second. Amazon's the interesting one as well. Like, I mean, do we see essentially the mega caps? Do we see them go 0 for 5? I'm not talking about results. I'm talking about reactions. Because remember, Microsoft beat. I think people keep forgetting that already. Microsoft beat. But will the market shit on all 5 mega caps? Amazon, Google, Meta, Apple, Microsoft. Will they all get shit on? What's Amazon been doing recently? This is such a weird one. You can't imagine Amazon doesn't crush with AWS, but what's their guide going to look like? That's the concern. Remember, Microsoft's essentially down because of their Azure guide. They were only growing 38%. So I wonder if Amazon reports any kind of sequential deceleration. If Azure was slowing, then it doesn't bode well for AWS. Counterpoint, Google still growing. Their cloud is smaller. That's the weird thing. That's the weird thing. Like, is Azure more like Google? Is Azure more like, or is AWS more like Azure, or is it more like Google Cloud? Therein lies the problem. Hey, Suchi, how you doing, my friend? Mr. Baggins, amazing that we are not down more with the mega caps eating shit, because outside of the mega caps, there's been really good earnings. There's been differentiated earnings. All right? Differentiated earnings. It's not like these companies, by the way, like the mega caps are losing money. No. But you have a lot of good stories in regards to earnings. Market may not be caring all about them. Kraft Heinz guided up. They beat. Waste Management beat, guided up. Did you guys catch Harley Davidson? They raised guidance. I didn't think that was going to happen. I would have played puts against them and gotten melted. Thermo Fisher beat and raised guidance as well. Like Visa, $12 billion buyback. Fantastic quarter as well. Spotify's shitty, let's be clear. It's a shit go. Wingstop actually did pretty well too. Crazy. Apparently, Wingstop is taking advantage of the fact that chicken prices actually dropped. Yep, still holding my Apple calls. Have I seen Boeing since their earnings call? Oh, God. How'd they do? Let me see. Don't ruin it. Oh! Oh! At what point did they turn on the MCAS system? Good God, Axon. Let me guess. Their earnings call started at 11. Was that the time? When did their earnings call start? Like, someone show me on this chart when the CEO started speaking. This is grotesque. Luke Dor, you're waiting for shorts on this bad boy next spring with chicken prices going back up. It's probably smart. Hey, Blue Man, how you doing? Right before the high of the day, yep. It started just before the peak. Oh, over here. Oh, wow. God. Someone plugged the algo into it. 737. 9:55. Oh, wow. Right about here. Introduces himself. Blah, blah, blah. Our people make us special. Yep. We got our largest order today. I now turn it over to you guys. Any questions? So why did you not kill people this quarter? Nope, 10:30? Okay. Yeah. So right in time for... Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy takeoff. MCAS engaged. Dead. Right into the mountain. Grotesque. It's brutal. Brutal. I still go back to the argument, by the way, I think it was Goldman Sachs who pointed out the risk reward. And I made this observation over a year ago. To me, semi-caps are safer. It hasn't been this last year, but to me, semi-caps are safer than industrials. Because I look at a Boeing and I'm like, all right, Boeing's more expensive than ASML right now. All right. Boeing's more expensive than ASML. No dividend. By the way, Boeing may have to raise capital. ASML, on the other hand, makes money, pays a dividend, and buys back shares. Malaysian air pilot ran the call into the ground. God. Jesus Christ, I'm Tosca. For my non-financial advice, is a portfolio of 50% air and 50% M-phase. M-phase, by the way, apparently had a hell of a quarter. Up 10%. Look at them. This is solar energy, right? Yeah. Oh my God, that PE is nuts. BAEP. To be fair, Chikabow Wow, their EPS is so down because they essentially wrote off the new Air Force One deal, I believe. That deal they signed with President Trump was like the worst deal. God, M-Phase is a Chad company. I wouldn't touch it, but my God. At some point, this stock corrects, right? Right? Boeing's been writing off losses for 4 quarters in a row, and still their EPS looks like shit. It was the worst deal in the history of deals. Small hands. Yeah. By the Microsoft is down 6.66%. It's the number of the devil. All right, guys, I will be right back in a minute. Let me get some food. Hey guys, be back. And I see the spy decided to shit itself. By the way, I'll have to step away in about 4 minutes again. My food's in the microwave. Yeah, Meta hasn't even reported yet. Rizzo, you bought M-Phase at 7 and sold at 15? My God, sir. Hey, you made money. Don't complain. Dixie moving down and Spy moving down. Interesting. Yep, excluding Metaverse, Meta is spending more capex than Tesla, Apple, Twitter, Snap, and Uber combined. Apple's a bit misleading, specifically because they don't spend a lot on capex. Yeah, I know it. I mean, Suchi, good for him. Yeah, I don't really have any specific thoughts. Rekka, if Meta reports poorly, do you think that might make Google stock continue to move down further? I have no clue. It's a good question. It's a fair question. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken, China has decided to increase pressure on Taiwan, including holding out the possibility of using force. They always have. That's not exactly anything new. Yeah, Google keeps taking. Sub Spontaneous, thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciated. You read that YouTube is the best direct competition to Meta. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not going to be playing Meta. I tell you guys that much. Yep, you wouldn't listen to articles saying China will invade Taiwan. I tend not to. I think a lot of people are playing like they're playing the role of doomer very well, without kind of understanding the context behind it. Put it this way: China's not going to be bullied into making an invasion. If they're going to invade Taiwan, they're going to invade in their own time frame. And really, there's not been too much different now. Even though Xi Jinping is a very different leader than Hu Jintao, this is not the same. Like, or rather, there's nothing substantially different from his plank. People always say like, "Oh, but they put in the Constitution they oppose Taiwanese independence." They've said that for decades. Nothing's new. Yeah, with Master, I've heard that argument made. Rand actually pointed out that was a risk for Taiwan is the global dependency on TSMC. Essentially bullies Taiwan through a peaceful blockade. The problem is that they blockade it. Is that considered an act of war by Taiwan? Would it constitute U.S. intervention? The question is, can China actually hold a blockade? Particularly if the U.S. and Japan oppose it. So therein lies the problem. Where if China does that and it's declared an act of war, if the U.S. come like, I don't think China wants to fight right now. Mainly, as 64 Pillars points out, their economy is not on the strongest of footing. And more importantly, if China was going to plan something in Taiwan, you would know well in advance. Prometheum. How the fuck is AMD down more than Texas Instruments? Fair question. I don't know if it's just a read through from Microsoft saying like, "Oh my god, the PC market's shit," which is like, AMD already told you that. Penny Ether, is there any reason why Twitter is not $54? Because morons keep thinking Elon's got a fucking way out of it. That's the best I got. That's the best I got. It's been the most stressful slam dunk play I've ever been a part of. Yeah, 30% reduction. Keep in mind, 30% reduction in revenue for Windows is not the same thing as a 30% cut on PCs. AMD, I think, reported what, 12% reduction in PC units? Microsoft didn't say 30% reduction in units. They're talking about revenues for Windows. The Majestic, Taiwan blockade bullish for Intel. No. No. Two reasons. One, it's called the full kit issue, i.e., if you're going to build a computer product, you need more than a CPU. You need a bunch of other semiconductors. A lot of those other ones come from Taiwan. Number two, all of Intel's like most leading edge products rely on TSMC fabbing specific dies. Yeah, TSMC makes chips for Intel now. Intel is one of TSMC's 4 largest customers, along with Qualcomm, Nvidia, and AMD. Windy, imagine the dollar wasn't down 1.2%. We would be at 375 quick. Imagine if Microsoft had good guidance and Google beat. We'd be at 390. Do I think UMC is death because of the weak guidance? I don't think their guidance was that weak. If we're talking about what semiconductors do, like people were looking for cuts for a while. They're like, fine, we go to 90%. They cut CapEx. That's the playbook. Samsung is currently the closest competitor. It's not really a fair competition because most of Samsung's production remains memory. Hey, CM Bird. No, there's no news. People are just asking hypotheticals. Yep, ARC GPUs made on TSMC 6 nanometer nodes, and I think the 5 nanometer nodes is making part of the components of Meteor Lake. Upcoming Sapphire Rapids, a good portion of that is TSMC 5 nanometer, and then Ponte Vecchio is going to be substantial TSMC. But again, it's all the other chips, all the other like components also come from Taiwan. Elon is in Twitter HQ now? No way. You specifically sought out Samsung-made RAM for your PC build. Interesting. Hey, cool. How you doing? I spoke about it earlier. I think they're being overly punished. The big thing is they increased their headcount by 13,000. Oh, wow. Is he bringing his own toilet? His own sink. Why is he bringing a sink? Oh my god. He's going to throw the kitchen sink at them. He showed up with a sink. Getting ready to wash his hands of this dude. Able to sync Twitter. But yeah, it's happening. It's full of burnt hair. Able to sync Twitter. Oh my god. So let that sink in. Yeah, that's... Jesus. Oh. The beautiful thing about Twitter is how it empowers citizen journalism. People are able to disseminate news without an establishment bias. Mm-hmm. He's going to toss that at some poor intern's head. Still $1 to go. Can Congress do anything? No. That report was false. They've already said it was false. The press secretary of the White House said that report was false. I cannot get over that Bloomberg essentially got conned on that story. Mobileye just fucking running. Maybe he thinks he had a handjob with a free sync. My God. He's gonna walk around looking at all the employees there and be like, well, which one of y'all is breedable? Fig, what did Bloomberg get baited into writing? That report that the federal government or that the Biden administration was looking at national security concerns in terms of Elon, it was absolutely refuted by the White House. It was not true. Guys, be right back. Have to actually grab my food now. Okay, folks, we're back. Sink cost versus sunk cost. Can we get 54 today? I mean, why do people not believe this is happening? Hey, Sky High Millionaire, thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciated. For his executive bathroom, he's throwing in the kitchen sink. Looks like on semis on the uptick again. Come on, go back up. It does make me feel good seeing this stock showing some strength today. I got ponies to give out. Who wants one? Meet me the exec. I can't get over he showed up with a sink. I mean, that's... The cringe is strong with this one. Oh, hold on 1 second. Never understand how streamers pull off eating. Say what you will, but you trade shoes with Musk in a heartbeat? Absolutely. Phillips 66 cutting jobs at refineries, terminals, and offices. Interesting. Alex Hyde, what's my thoughts about Facebook's earnings? I don't know if their earnings matter. I think it's going to be all about their cost guidance. Are they going to keep throwing money after the metaverse? What are they going to do? Ugh. Depending on the answer to that, essentially they can move up. All right, guys, let's do the poll. Let's do the poll. All right, the SPY is currently not happy. The SPY is, pivot point is 382. All right. So do you think we go above or below 382? You have 2 minutes. Go. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. Get your votes in. If you do not see the poll, please refresh. Your Skechers puts all the way back to green. Nice. Yeah, I sold both too late and too early. Meta, yeah, Meta's already pricing in a mess to me. By the way, guys, be cautious. Tomorrow's GDP print, and I'm anticipating it's going to be hot. Hey, Jetski. It might be worth the gamble, but my concern is does if earnings doesn't matter, if tomorrow GDP comes out as we expect it. Listen, the reason the SPY dumped on today was the reports of GDP coming in hot tomorrow. If that does end up happening, does it dump again? Do we just price in hot GDP? And again, it's possible for GDP to go up. It's real GDP. It's real GDP. What if the reason it went up is because inflation was going down? So people are like, no, but GDP's up. Real GDP's up. You know? So clearly the Fed has more work to do. Really? That's the argument we're using? Because it could be inflation's going down. What's hot GDP? It's going to say like 3% annualized for this quarter, which is pretty hot. So Tesla can go down more. Make me happy. Healing Care Bear, I'm with you. GDP up, why is that a bad thing? People are using the argument that all of a sudden hot GDP means the Fed has to do more work, and it's like, ugh. That's okay, Prometheum. You're allowed to say that. I know you think the SPY is going to hit 3,200, and that's fine. You know? Here's what I'll sit there and say. The interesting argument is this. We previously had a recession and everyone was saying, well, the market needs to keep going down. The market needs to keep going down. And now we find out we're not in a recession. Everyone says that the market needs to keep going down. The market needs to keep going down. Yeah. Yeah, longer term, bad news being looked at as good is not a healthy market. Agreed. I mean, didn't we just see megacaps, quote, miss? Right? Isn't that what the Fed wants? We just had the coldest print on the Case-Shiller housing index since what? Was it early 2000s? Soaring Kiwi, does anyone actually think a pivot is happening? I don't know. Or I have not seen anyone call it out. The only people I see mention the pivot are the bears. Yeah, Prometheum, I'm sorry. I 100% disagree with you on this one, only because we've already priced in 4.5%. And the idea that it will crush the economy, we're just getting data showing apparently no, the movement towards that. Like, I'm more concerned that they're going to keep raising rates beyond 4.5% next year. That would be my bigger, like, really, really big concern. That they're going to over-tighten. We just got news last Friday that now they're actually talking about at least a downshift. So now all of a sudden the likelihood of them knowingly driving the economy off the cliff kind of shrinks. It's kind of gone down. Someone said, do you think J Powell cares that much about his legacy? Yeah. He does not want to be known as the one who let inflation get entrenched. He's going to crush inflation. He's going to keep raising. He's absolutely going to. He's going to hold rates high until he absolutely sees it. Yeah. Saltrock Smell, you agree with Prometheum? You felt like this is what happened leading into last Fed meeting? What happened like last time Fed meeting? The last Fed meeting, we were at 420, and it was Jackson Hole specifically. We were a lot higher than we were today. Meanwhile, we've been getting more encouraging data. The interesting thing is we're going to get, quote, hot GDP. But if we get hot GDP, real GDP, is it because nominal GDP truly went up, or is it because inflation's going down? That's what they're looking for. They want inflation to go down. We don't know yet. Penny, how the fuck did you miss the vote again? Hey, Steezy. Thank you for the sub. You figured it out. It took 15 minutes. Mr. Baggins, will these current rates take time to sink in? Yes. Because usually the market keeps going down for a bit after they start cutting. Yeah. And the market's gone down the fastest basically in history. This year to date. It's what? Up to like the 20s. It's worse than 2008. But yeah, that's why the bigger concern to me, like my big concerning case, what's kind of switched for me is last Friday we start getting at least an indication from the Fed. They're going to start looking at potentially a pause, not a pivot. I don't think they need to cut rates. In fact, if they announce they're cutting rates, the market dies. The market's going to sit there and say, oh my God, they're panicking. They're either not going to fight inflation. Inflation gets entrenched, market goes down. Or that they're so concerned about an imminent recession that the market dies. So if they even tried to pivot right now, that is incredibly bearish. Incredibly bearish. My bigger concern was they're just going to, they see inflation coming down. They're still hiking. Well, last Friday, we heard they're at least conscious of that as a decision. Basically this. Oh, boy. Bear porn peddlers are asleep at the wheel, not realizing the U.S. economy is fucking booming on a coincident to lagging basis. I kind of disagree still. Again, we are bearish because the data the FOMC is relying upon to guide monetary policy is screaming, do not pivot. Yeah. The bigger thing, I think, is that this, to me, is not real. Remember, I shat on the Atlanta Fed when it was showing the negative numbers because those negative numbers were based on balance of trade, i.e. imports versus exports, and inventory. Now we're undoing it. So the last 2 quarters, our GDP should not have been as bad as it was. The next 2 quarters, it should not be as good as it looks. I actually think the economy is weaker than what we're going to show. It's the data. And so once again, I will point out to Darius Dale, who, by the way, sells more subscriptions in a bear market than he does in a bull market. Don't forget that. I don't think people buying right now are buying on a pivot. I don't think they need to. There's plenty of reasons to buy. By the way, I do like Darius Dale. Woodmaster, it's a fair question. How they can downshift in December when core CPI likely to make a new record next month, because they're going to sit there and say the same thing that everyone else is saying right now, which is it's the lagging impact of owner equivalent rent. And by the way, Jay Powell's called that out in meetings previously. So he's already set himself up for it. Hey, XC Runner, thank you for the sub. Thank you, my friend. Again, Prometheum, no one's saying the word pivot. Only you. No one says pivot. They can simply do 50 basis points, which is still objectively high, and the market's still already priced them in. We know the next 2 CPI prints are going to be high. We know it. You meant pause? Got it. Yeah, the rental data is very laggy. Yeah. Yeah, the pivotor. You think there's no way they will pause until they see a peak in core inflation? I think there's no way they will pause until they've seen a true peak in inflation and they see the downward trend. Headline inflation's already peaked. Now you can make the argument about core CPI, then the real question is, they don't. If that's the case, why wouldn't they just look at core PCE? I did not jump back into meta, no. I am noticing Twitter is squeaking up though, which makes me smile. Yeah, boss deal. Wing did crush it. By the way, Wing had the advantage that chicken prices were down. They called it out in their earnings call. They didn't lower prices. That's why they did so well. At some point, when chicken prices go back up, because believe it or not, it's actually kind of seasonal, I wonder if that holds true. Chicken is not the only thing that's deflationary. I think beef is too. Nat gas is, apparently. No one saw that one coming, and I don't think that holds forever. Prometheum, here's the thing. Because you and I shared the same viewpoint, I think we diverged last Friday or last week. Here's what made me different. Because remember, I was in the same boat where post Jackson Hole, and most importantly, post last FOMC when the dot plot was updated, I'm like, holy shit, they're going to see inflation going down and they're still raising rates. Since that time period, last week, we saw a ton of Fed speakers, almost as if it was coordinated in the week before blackout time period, before blackout, actually now talking about the risks of over tightening. The Fed just gave themselves, if you think they are coordinating, and we've clearly seen evidence in the past where we think they have, what I think we're seeing now is they've given themselves the intellectual room. Even if there's a hot print, they're not going to blindly raise. They're going to call it out. So even if all of a sudden, yeah, Waymaster, I saw that in the FOMC minutes. But last week, there was all sorts of clips played from Evans, Meister, even Bullard calling them out. That's the case. And by the way, this doesn't change the next two rate hikes we're getting. We know we're getting those. That's not a shock. I still think we're getting 150 more basis points total. Nothing's changed on that one. But now they've raised the specter, to me, of being able to sit there and say they can forgive potentially the bad numbers because they have the kind of data behind it. Not saying they're going to, because keep in mind, inflation could peak back up. Not like just because of the lagging impacts of rent, but because of like legitimate reasons. Who the fuck is Wing? It's Wingstop. Wingstop. All right, come on, Spy. Yeah, Moobly did well. Mobileye, 29.50. Good for them. Intel needed a win. You would love if Mobileye's logo was a lazy eye. Oh, God. That would describe Intel well. Look at Meta. Hitting a price not seen since last week. Yeah, Tesla hates us. Yeah, the IV on Meta's got to be nuts. EXRH? Who the fuck is that? Texas Roadhouse. Oh. Ooh, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the restaurant space, so I really don't know. Their earnings tonight, October 27th. No, tomorrow. Mr. Baggins, you think Meta's going to shit the bed again? It's interesting because they got shat on when Snap failed. Now they've gotten shat on with Google failing. I don't think Meta's results are going to matter for, believe it or not. I think what matters for Meta is their cost guidance specifically. Are they going to keep shitting money away on the metaverse? Jay, only restaurant play is Chipotle and Dick's Cabaret. Rick's, I assume you mean, but it's a good Freudian slip there. Do I know Indie Semiconductor? Yes, somewhat. It's a bit of a meme stock. Bit low on the gross margin side. Probably not the place I'd play. Stock's getting a lot of calls. Should. Tonight, you have two semiconductor companies which are very interesting. Wolfspeed tonight, and Clack is tonight. Clack beats. Clack, I feel pretty comfortable. Clack's going to beat. Thoughts on buying I-bonds? Hey, Shugo. Almost certainly makes sense. Is the interest ever going to, or is the, if you think we're at peak inflation, is it ever going to get better? Sagano. Texas Roadhouse ketchup chips trade at 2 times Intel's forward PE. Ouch. Thoughts on those pulling up on semi? That's why I'm in on semi right now. I like on semi because they have a lot of similar tailwinds that Wolfspeed will talk about tonight. Last time Wolfspeed reported, on semi went up. What is the Twitter class action about? I have no clue, Penny. Ambulance chasers chase ambulances. They always happen. Hilton Worldwide Holdings CEO says, despite near-term macro headwinds, we're not seeing any signs that fundamentals are weakening. Visa said the same thing last night. Yeah, I saw Elon posted a video. Yeah, we looked at it. Come on, Twitter, go to 54. Windmaster, be a little bit more specific when you're trying to dunk on me. Which semis did not see weakness 6 months ago? Which ones? By the way, I do agree with not taking companies too seriously when they say that shit. Like, that's an absolutely good point. But when you have like JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citi, Wells Fargo, then you're hearing from American Express and Visa, you know, you're hearing from Hilton, you're hearing from all these different companies, GM. Like, at some point, we can stop believing the people selling, the doomers selling Substacks, trying to panic the shit out of people, and perhaps listen to like the cross section. Funny thing about AMD was, if AMD had more access to capacity for data center, they would have sold more. They sold that out. They called that out. The problem was on the PC side, which we knew. He died shortly after washing. Oh man, the lessons to be learned. The companies provide good coincident data. I agree with that, by the way. I agree with that. The more interesting one to me is honestly like some of like what American Express was calling about. They pointed out they had because they're travel oriented essentially, they had good view into future travel bookings. Elon moving in the office while updating his info to say owner of Twitter. Marker. I don't know. Is he really buying though? Yeah. Better report. Yeah, that's a fair call about AMD. Remember, AMD is notorious for being overly conservative. The only reason AMD guided down was on the PC side. Their other segments all beat. Biden's talking? Oh no. Let's see how that works out for us. Things I wish he wouldn't do. Musk's bullshit has traumatized people. If Musk has traumatized people, then I feel like they've lived pretty sheltered lives. There we go. Millennials and Gen Z are very sheltered. Please. Every generation is sheltered. Every generation. Never forget, boomers are the ones who needed their kids to always have consolation trophies. It wasn't the kids themselves. It was boomers. And I'll separately point out, like, boomers are the ones that couldn't compete against minorities. I'm not touching meta. The IV is jacked. Even if meta beats, will they go up to make money? Am I buying back into Apple? No, I never sold out of Apple. I have Apple. Apple's the one I feel pretty good about playing. Because it's funny how much more jacked Meta's IV. I wonder if part of that was all the call buying like 2 days ago for the government announcement that people thought was going to be TikTok. What's this Promethean? Let's say. Yeah, that's wild. This is fucking crazy. That tells you that, I mean, if you're going to play equities, the US looks a lot more stable. I think this is less a function of the US versus like US doing something good versus the rest of the world. Oh, give me a second. By the way, Wendy makes a really good point, guys. Wendy's making a really good point. There's going to be a huge rotation to lots of markets around the world once the dollar peaks. At a certain point, we want to be very conscious of when to jump back into Europe or other countries, Latin America, Brazil, Southeast Asia, maybe even China at some point. But at some point, the dollar wrecking ball ends its reign of terror. India is another good example. All right. But yeah, this is so fascinating. So fascinating. If there's anything this chart should show you, it really is just how wild of a time frame this is. Also, how much of this is purely on the back of Europe and their energy policy disaster. Come on, drop. When does Brazilian steel? Yeah, I don't know. Black Raven, yes, still holding Apple, not selling it. I like the point Daddy Long Calls makes. How much is on the back of big tech cash flow machines which didn't exist? That's the one thing, yeah. The free cash flow aspect, particularly of Apple, Google, and Microsoft, is really impressive. It's really impressive. Why is Twitter not $54? Hmm? We got on semi-green. On is green. Not a lot else is. I can tell you there is a logical reason. Presuming people are actually being smart, then they're probably playing correlation of wolf speed. By the way, no way in hell I'm playing wolf speed. This is the most offensively valued semiconductor stock. Prometheum, are you meaning obviously from a weighting standpoint or from the absolute value of their forward PEs? Because I'll tell you, Nvidia's kind of up there. Amazon's a weird case. Yes, it's up there. Tesla's ridiculous. Tesla's bullshit. Tesla's bullshit. If you're talking about the weighting that gets used, I agree. But overall, I don't think a market that looks at like Apple and Google in particular, I don't think those are too egregiously. Because Amazon is 100 PE. No one looks at backward PE. Forward PE is bullshit too. Amazon, like I said, Amazon's a weird one. Amazon, I get 53 forward PE. Ooh. Ooh. Yep, air is a good correlation to wolf speed too. Yep. I don't know if people realize it though. The crazy thing is, I don't know how wolf speed gives a quote bad report. They're not really producing a lot right now. That's why. Yeah, W Joe, we saw it. Elon tweets. He brought a sync with them. Prometheum, you mean if you just take those stocks out? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Throttle Midnight Air's been killing it lately. Yeah, secular tailwinds. Silicon carbide is one of the sexier parts of the market in semiconductors in particular. They've got a few years. Doesn't mean their prices won't go down at some point. Tesla's dipping. Oh, please don't. Don't give me hope. Whoa! And that was volume. Come on. Come on, Tesla. You are way too high as far as I'm concerned. I want to see a little bit more. Come on, Elon. Sell those shares. Oh, the volume's picking up. Come on. I want some more. 1 million shares. He needs to sell what, 30 million? I've heard that's a potential number, but I've heard a lot of different numbers. So I don't know if no one knows for sure. Come on, Tesla. A little bit lower. Oh, a little bit of bounce. Oh, Tesla faces a U.S. criminal probe over autopilot. Holy shit. Meta calls? Fuck no. Their IV is jacked. Even if you're right, it might be hard to make money. Be careful, Mini. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do, what not to do. Just be careful. You also think Meta is dying for earnings? Here's a question, guys. What happens if Meta beats? I don't mean they cut costs. I just mean literally beats. What happens to the other mega caps? I think Meta moons probably. Goldbarks, they might still. Okay, fuck it. But I wonder what it does to the other mega caps. Like specifically Google. If Meta pulls out an advertising beat, now keep in mind Meta did lower guidance last quarter. So you can kind of make the argument, okay, Jay, but they have it a little easier, and I'm not going to disagree. I mean, said, what happens? Reddit swap Meta still goes down because there's no growth left for. Interesting. Oh, Penny, did you see when we talked about Texas Instruments earlier? We pointed out earlier for Texas Instruments. Shit, it's still up. You'll love this, Penny, given what you're just talking about. Check this out. Free cash flow for the last 12 months was $5.9 billion. All right. In the last 12 months, cash return, dividends 4.2 billion, stock repurchases 2.9. So they generated 5.9 billion and gave back 7.1 billion. They actually gave back more than the free cash flow they generated. That's not even including debt. Just straight up free cash flow. It's actually one of the cooler things, by the way, about like semi caps in particular. There's been a quarter where Applied Materials gave back 125% of their free cash flow. Skechers finally fucking dying after I've already sold. Oh, look at it go. Look at it go. Oh, B-Hood. Bite your tongue, my friend. This is the country that decided Our astronauts should be able to drink powdered orange sludge and have it taste good. Damn it, they could have drank water, but no, we invented Tang. All right? We invented a pen that could work in outer space. They could have used a pencil. All right, damn it. We're going to do this shit. All right, B-Hood, get yourself together. Get yourself together, my friend. We will throw more money at this and more brains. Damn it. We will kill countless preschoolers. We will make it work. Whiskey chai. Yeah, and FedEx also had that plane accident when the lone survivor had to make do on a deserted island. He eventually befriended a volleyball, made fire, removed a tooth with an ice skate, and hunted crab to survive. He was eventually escaped on a raft and was rescued. However, he lost his volleyball friend. Sad tale, fucking FedEx. Are we that far away, B-Hood? I don't know. Listen, I mean, I'm hesitant to walk across the street in the event there is one, but yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, but pencil graphite is electrical short risk. Damn it, Keeling Care Bear. Let's not ruin the point here. You're right, of course. Daddy Long calls. Self-driving could work if there was a universal communication system between cars. Wajo. Yes, you're right, though. And Wajo stock looks like shit. Anyone in meta puts? I'd love to hear the answer to that. Sagano, damn, someone should make a movie out of that FedEx story. Oh, Sagano. Jordy Bottom. We invented canoe when we already had Lordstown motor. Mommy, I want the fraud. Sorry, son, we already have the fraud at home. The fraud at home? Lordstown. B-Hood, cities need to be redesigned around the auto car, and that ain't happening. Is it? Put it this way. I know from all the shit I track, like a lot of like the 5G, a lot of the towers, a lot of the support infrastructure is to theoretically support future autonomous driving. But we are away from, I would say, mass adoption. Not to me from proof of concept. I think those already exist right now. We already have self-driving cars on the road. And I'm not talking about Tesla. By the way, guys, which one dies first? This is the problem with Netflix. All right? It used to be a lot easier to be a streaming company, when you didn't have this competition. So Netflix, HBO Max, Hulu, Disney, Amazon Prime, Apple TV. That's not even including Peacock from Paramount. Like, they all can't exist. Yeah, Curiosity as well. B-Hood, what happens is Netflix stops password shares, increases sub count. Cole Barks, you don't use a single one? Oh, my friend, I love streaming. I think Meta's within 5 minutes after the market closes. We'll stick around, don't worry. You literally keep hopping. Yeah. It's 4:05. Oh. Mark Zuckerberg. So notable that on the whole, analog microcontroller names are holding up well following Texas Instruments guide. have felt for a while many of these firms have been pricing in large drops in end demand, which still haven't happened outside of consumer markets, rather than mere inventory corrections. It's from Texas Instruments. Now provides some insight into third quarter revenue by market. This quarter, I'll focus on our sequential performance as more informative at this time. First, personal electronics declined mid-teens as we continue to see the weakness we described in the second quarter. Industrial was about even sequentially as we saw weakness begin to broaden in the industrial market. The automotive market remained strong and was about 10%. Next, communications equipment was up high single digits. And finally, enterprise systems was up mid-single digits. Turning to our expectations in the fourth, we expect that most of our end markets will decline sequentially with the exception of the automotive market. Interesting. Clack early tonight. I forget what time they're at. Let's check. Usually someone's posted. No one cares about Clack, which sucks. Does have time? Motherfuckers. Oh, Quantum Escapes. Is Upwork tonight? Sorry, I thought it was Upstart. ServiceNow could be spicy. T-Doc right at the bell, guys. Right at the bell, T-Doc. By the way, I will tell you guys right now, it's happened 2 of the previous times I played Clack. All right, 2 times it's happened. If you are in Clack for earnings, I don't care what they report, their stock usually doesn't move. Twice I've played them, and I played them successfully both times. They didn't move in the post market. I woke up in the morning, they were up like 10%. Doge is up 10. What the fuck, Whiskey? Why is it up? Why is it up? Tell me. It's your fault, isn't it? You touched yourself, didn't you? Be honest, Whiskey Chai. It's your fault. Musk. Got it. Fucking Musk. Like, Doge is up on Twitter. How the fuck is Doge going to be up more than Twitter? Twitter is at 53.46. Why is it not at 54? I want to sell all but one share at 54. By the way, Prometheum, you should be proud about this. Did you catch what I think it was CSX called out in their earnings call? If you haven't, you may want to check it out. They called out coal. They specifically called out coal. Yeah, I thought of you. Let's see what Clack is doing going into earnings. My fault. No one gives a fuck about this company. It's so insulting. By the way, last quarter, Clack bought back 6% of their market share. Yeah, market cap. When is Activision getting... Oh, no one knows. That's going to be a tough one. I think the UK is going through their full, like... And I assume the EU will, too. Unfortunately, you've got some time. I would say fortunately. March to July is the rough time frame, yeah. I'm Trev. Thoughts on Capital One or other credit and bank services? They've been hot. They have been hot. AXP has been kind of disappointing. I want to see them go really, really far back up. They were doing well earlier. AXP had a tremendous quarter. The closest example I can think for American Express was actually onsemi last quarter, where onsemi had a fantastic earnings report and no one gave a shit. until like a week later, and then they started going up. So American Express earnings died, and ever since then has been moving up. I'm still in onsemi calls. I'm holding onsemi and Applied Materials overnight. So I'm basically playing Wolfspeed and Clack. Clack doesn't have the liquidity to make it make sense. By the way, has anybody seen any interesting options activity in Clack today? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Clack actually got weeklies recently. Okay. They used to not have it. Yeah, their options chain sucks. I can't. Someone else can. They can. Wait, Master, did everyone forget about VMware? Yamini, what's Clack? It's KLAC. It's a company called KLA. They manufacture tools that do something very boring but very important. They are used in the manufacture of semiconductors. I actually have a cool little visual. Where is it? Where's my slide? Here we go. So all right, here we go. So imagine this is extremely small, like smaller than many bacteria. All right. The problem you face when designing semiconductors is you need to do all sorts of measurements. You can't just put it in front of someone with the microscope. Oftentimes, they're even way too small for that. So you need a tool that can go through and measure to understand, is there additional pieces of metal or any deposits that are there? They need to make sure that all of these kind of, quote, tubes or channels are consistent. Holy shit, market's buying in. Caffeine, originally it was Clack, now just check Wolfspeed, WOLF. Because I didn't see anything in Clack. So what Clack does is they basically have 75% of the market share for what's called metrology and process control. The other 25%, by the way, belongs to Applied Materials. This is a very boring company that just happens to manufacture very cool shit. So it's a semi-cap. The tools and equipment used to design semiconductors, or rather, not design, but build semiconductors. All they specialize is how you can discover shit. And a lot of it's through like AI. They have these tools that basically blast out electrons and then pick them back up. So these are today's 2 pages. A lot of puts. Interesting. No one's playing anything short dated, huh? A little bit of short dated, but I mean, is it time to cash out on Twitter? Not until 54s for me. You can cash out anytime. By all means. Who's going to die tomorrow? What stock? Let's see. Shopify. Why would Shopify do good? Why would Shopify do good? Merck could do well. Comcast, I would definitely not touch. Altria, if you like cancer. Caterpillar could be spicy. McDonald's, isn't there some reason McDonald's does well? Forget. This quarter, I thought there was something special about them this quarter. You don't think Twitter? I think Twitter needs to go. By the way, Twitter's earnings are tonight. I promise you, Twitter's earnings will be dog shit. Yeah, the McRib. Thank you. Look at Wolfspeed. Not a lot of activity, honestly. Oh, Spencer, tell him the story. You're right. Do you are you guys aware? McDonald's used to own Chipotle. They spun it off. Chipotle then ends up debt-free, clean, pristine balance sheet, and kicks ass. Yeah. McDonald's was an incubator for a lot of different concepts, a lot of different restaurants. Have you guys ever heard of the restaurant called Boston Market? They used to own that too. Jordy. Twitter earnings are dog shit, and why don't they lose market cap? Market manipulation. Jordy is correct. You know more caffeine. Think about Wolfspeed. They're above their gamma pivot. Interesting. Do you think they drop? Wolfspeed is crazy. No one, their valuation is bullshit. They're overvalued because you're not buying them for today. You're buying them for the future. Last time Wolfspeed reported, by the way, we played them directly. It was like 20%. Wolfspeed is nuts. By the way, when anyone wants to talk about a semiconductor company that's overvalued, this is Wolfspeed. Forward PE is 62. But it's a really cool company. Go back to the SPY. All right, folks, 3 minutes to go. We are right at the pivot point. Does the market murder all? Slay J, we played Wolfspeed last quarter very successfully. Very successfully. Wolfspeed also caught an upgrade this week. I'm not touching them. Their IV is high. Last time we played Wolfspeed calls, and it worked out well. They were incredibly bullish on silicon carbide. The weird thing is I don't know what they're going to say this quarter. Like, yeah, we're selling more in the future. It's not like they're delivering a ton of it right now. I mean, it's a pure growth play. Pure growth. Oh, we dip below the pivot point. Are the Bears going to win today? Can it be? By the way, guys, picture this. Last night, Google misses. Microsoft has poor guidance. They're each down over 7%. The SPY is down 0.8%. Would you have believed that? EWZ puts or not? I don't have a take. I don't know, honestly. The Donald, you went all in on channel points. You're sweating. You need 13 cents in the next minute or so. Am I playing meta? Fuck no. If you have any long positions, you're playing meta. See, clack. A lot of volume picking up. Stock staying flat. Wolfspeed. Basically staying roughly flat. Volume did pick up. Meta. Wait for that Apple drop tomorrow. I don't think Apple's missing, by the way. I could be wrong. It's happened a lot. I don't think Apple's missing tomorrow. Can we be MetaMates? Yes, we can, Ceda. You would start using Horizon before you buy Meta. Ouch. Some savagery in this fucking house. Or above the pivot point, by the way. Just hit above it. And time. Looks like we dipped underneath it. Someone give me a call. Where did we end today? Slay J, were iPhone 14 sales good? I've heard they are. I've heard specifically Apple switched production of their basic models to the Pro models. We closed over. Is that what I'm hearing from you guys? That's what I see as well. All right. Let me give the points to the Bulls. Duh, Bulls. So power wins. All right, folks. First up for earnings. T-Doc. T-Doc is supposed to be, I think, the first one up. Will Kathy win tonight? She desperately needs a win. Ain't no way T-Doc beats. my brother in Christ. Like anyone expects him to make money, right? Daddy Long Calls, I hate the fact that you're fucking right. Are we sure it's Jesus? Are we sure it's not just Alex Karp from Palantir with the secret speaker in her bathroom? I think it's a fair question. T-Doc to the moon. Shut up. Everyone knows Windmaster, that famed growth. Not even investor. He's a growth speculator. The fact that I thought T-Doc was right at 4. I like Kathy. She gets a bad rep. Yeah, I'm glad Windmaster. Most of my money's in Twitter shares right now. That's how much I don't trust this shit. Yep, crypto's flying up. Maybe she's just buying crypto. Have we considered that? $402. I thought they were right at 4. Got the hots for Kathy. Listen, I like Kathy. She'll never touch my money, but I respect her. She is transparent. She does not hold her bags in silence. Let's appreciate that. Anybody seeing any earnings coming through? Because I'm not seeing any. I thought T-Doc was first. Yeah, T-Doc, Meta, Clack, and Wolfspeed are the ones I give a fuck about. You think Meta's gonna moon? I'm wishing you luck, my friend. Respect to Karen. She asked to speak to the manager. By the way, we didn't talk about it earlier, but Teradyne reported this morning, and Teradyne beat and guided up. All right, so that's another semi-cap. It's a boring version, one shall say. I'm not seeing any earnings. What the fuck? Wait. Come on. Don't be scared. What if today was the earnings but everything stayed flat? Imagine that. That would fuck with the market. All right, someone keep your eyes on T-Doc. Let's see, Meta. By the way, Meta, it's not about their earnings. It's about their guide, especially on cost containment. If they keep spending money like a drunken sailor, that's bad. Whoa. Do you guys see that? I see T-Doc moving. I don't know if it's real. I don't think it's real. Whoa. Guys. T-Doc is T-Doc's kind of up right now. T-Doc's up big. Wolfspeed is plummeting. Nope. Back up. Nope. Back down. Meta green. Did Meta pull it off? Did Meta do it? It's still red on the day. Let's see if I can find the earnings. All right, Meta Platforms numbers are coming out. Hold, please. Meta still climbing. Oh, go Meta. You deserve it. Be one with your bad self. Meta didn't beat. Nope, they missed. Meta beats on revenue, misses on EPS. Guides down. Sees fourth quarter revenue between 30 billion to 32.5 billion. The estimate was 32.2 billion. Third quarter, Facebook daily active users 1.98 billion. The estimate was 1.86. That's a big beat. That's a big beat on daily active users. No one knows how to view the Meta ER. Yep. Oh, look at it. It's going apeshit. Remember, I don't expect Clack to particularly move. Honestly, no one gives a fuck about that company. I haven't seen anything. Let's see. DPS 720. So looks like Clack beat on both revenue and earnings. God damn, such a big range. Can I show the Clack numbers? Sure. Let me pull up Clack for a second. Before we return back to Meta. Someone gonna... I guess no one's posting the numbers? Huh? Not happy you bought wolf calls? Ooh, I'm so sorry, my friend. Yeah, Meta's now down an additional 4%. Oof. All right, so Clack, beat, guides up. Big decrease in ad pricing. Nice. Ford nearly doubling full year cash. Wow. Yep. So, and Clack's not really moving. Wolfspeed is down huge, by the way, 12.2%. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like Wolfspeed actually did fine, but it's such a growth play. Ford Motor raises full year adjusted free cash flow Guidance from, oh my god. How are they doing? Oh, Meta is plumbing the depths of hell. So it looks like Ford beat. Do they know this? Did someone tell them? It doesn't kind of look like it. On semi slightly down. Almost certainly due to wolf speed. Wow. What the fuck? Why is Ford down? What's the volume like on wolf speed? I mean, are people actually buying or selling on this? Because it's a Ford. Wow. There's good volume on Wolf. Okay, then people are selling off on it. Okay. Glad we didn't play it this time, though. Sorry if any of you guys did play it. What time is DLR? I don't know. When do they shit the bed? Apparently, it's already happened. Happened 6 minutes ago. No one cares. God, what's going on with Ford? AMD and Nvidia are up big. Are they? In after hours? I don't know. I've got on semi at 6660. What about now? Penny, you bought 1,000 Ford shares. Holy shit. Now was supposed to beat. Accidental value. Did Meta guide up its metaverse capex? That's a fair question. You saw 6560? I saw that number too, but I have it now at 66. 6660. Owen essentially gave up all of its gains today, and I'm assuming that's on the back of Wolfspeed. I'll have to read Wolfspeed later to understand exactly why it's down. Wolfspeed's a weird company. It's the most egregiously priced semiconductor company. Looks like Ford is trying to reverse. Good. I'm cheering for Penny. Did Penny perfectly by the bottom. No, late by a minute. Okay. Clack's actually up. The bigger question, what's Applied Materials doing? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What the fuck happened to Nvidia? What the fuck? Let's find out. Either you're buying the bottom or you are the bottom. Why is Nvidia up? Yeah, Prometheum, I think you raise an important point. People keep pretending like Facebook is a money-losing company, and if they would just cut back on their capex, they could give that money back to investors. Meta is, from a valuation standpoint, it's a free cash flow juggernaut, which actually makes a decent amount of money. Chips are going nuts right now. Did Ford say something specifically about self-driving? Ford resuming buyback for up to 35 million shares. Oof. Yeah, Nvidia's going nuts. Don't know why. Ford. Ford is now green. Something about Ford cutting AI. Interesting. Yep. Now Wolfspeed's down to 92. Wolfspeed's taking a dick. That TikTok girl working at Meta a day in the life should have made anyone bearish. Well, the fact that she was posting it on TikTok while working for Meta tells you something. Cutting AI, it means they're probably going to be using NVIDIA software stack. Remember, no one thinks that Ford's just creating their own chip. Oh, yeah, Campbell. I didn't realize Ford has over 4 billion shares outstanding. Oh, yeah. Someone called out Sox calls. Yeah, they did. They said they saw it. Did someone here know that Ford was going to cut AI efforts? Clack is up, which I'm shocked. You called out the Argo cut earlier today. Was known. Yep, that was you. Now looking like the biggest option winner. Yep. T-Doc is barely up after an earnings beat. Wow. Well, it still doesn't make money, right? It's still a money-losing enterprise. Yep, Wolfspeed, rip. I'm going to wait to see their earnings call. Qualcomm's auto ecosystem. I'm curious if Qualcomm's doing anything nutty. Qualcomm's up a bit. How's Qualcomm versus NVIDIA's ecosystem, auto ecosystem? Different. Qualcomm has more of the quote full stack. So, like for example, NVIDIA doesn't do connectivity. Qualcomm does. Right now, basically, NVIDIA is inside vehicles right now for like essentially like a GPU to make like your screens work, etc. Qualcomm's going to do that as well. They're both into autonomous driving. NVIDIA places a lot more focus right now at like true autonomous driving. Yet, Windmaster, I agree. Jim Fairley from Ford, taking good steps to reinforce the balance sheet for coming recession, has been cutting headcount, selling off the India division, Latin America. Yep, taking the correct steps. Fair but Arriver, which is part of Qualcomm, uses NVIDIA hardware as well. Not for long. Not for long. Meta's under 117. Prometheum, getting tempted to lose some fingers on it. I'm shocked Ford is not like doing better. Really, I am. BMW has some of the best infotainment systems, and they chose Qualcomm. I say we like Qualcomm, like, but yeah, why is? I want to see there's an official reason. Is it just from the Ford? No one apparently has a reason why. But Master, I agree with that. Yeah, Meta's eating dick, guys. 115? Harambe, what happened today? You're on nights this week and fell asleep at 10 a.m. Wow. So the market was doing well, and then Nowcast, the Atlanta Fed's GDP predictor, basically suggested that tomorrow, when GDP comes out, we're going to show a 3% growth. Hold on, guys. Trying to get my camera back on. There we go. Don't know why that was the case. Meta Reality Labs lost over 3 billion. Oh, that's small. Is now no. ServiceNow is not related to it. Let's see the commentary on Wolfspeed. I want to see if they here we go. Wolfspeed backlog grows 5 billion to 40 billion. Design ins 3.5, so 6 times first quarter, basically year over year. The Q2 guide is light. Okay. Solely to manufacturing and supply challenges in their current footprint. Expect color on call and upcoming investor day to focus on massive opportunity. When is their investors day? Yeah, Wolfspeed misses due to manufacturing issues at the Durham fab. They're ultimately irrelevant compared to the ramp at Mohawk. Mohawk Valley is their New York. Why am I frozen? Why is my camera... Hold on. Let me... Let's get my camera back up and running. My camera is like the most sensitive fucking thing in the world. How dare the cord get touched in any way? All right. He just ventriloquism. No. Feels relevant. Mad Thunderdome. I can't see. He's banned me. He's blocked me. There's not many people who blocked me on Twitter. He blocked me, though. I'm not going on incognito just to check out that fucker. Why? I don't know. Because he's a snowflake. No, if I remember correctly, like he had made some comment. I forget. Says which coal stock is the best to buy? BTU, WHC, or Meta? Wow. Oh, good lord. Down $15. Ooh. Yes, I did see the video of Elon and Twitter. By the way, Applied Materials is now up. Applied Materials is now up. Make me happy. Remember, I want to wake up tomorrow and see onsemi and Applied Materials up. Jay Jared called out now because Jay Jared's a smart motherfucker. We respect him. Spencer, is this the Elon? Because we already saw the Elon video. Yeah, he entered. He brought the sink. Oh, it's fine. Red Hot Banger. A social media app has unironically ruined lives. By the way, Twitter is still at 5335. My cord needs to be touched up. You're right. Thank you for that. No, once I'm done streaming, I'll restart my computer and I'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, but Jay Jared's a smart man. Listen to Jay Jared. God. Mark. This is fucking comical. This is fucking comical, guys. Check this out. Meta narrows 2022 total expense guidance from 85 to 88 billion to 85 to 87 billion. That's fucking insulting. TikTok has fucked big tech. This is not a statement I disagree with. YouTube called out the damage actually TikTok, and basically all these different social media apps, including YouTube, actually has to come up with now a short format. And the problem is monetizing it. TikTok doesn't seem to give a shit about monetizing their shit. Peak users now over 12 people. Good for them. Chem Life. Zuck's going to turn on the buyback sub 100. He's going to need to. Meta. We are holding some teams flat in terms of headcount, shrinking others, and investing headcount growth in only in our highest priorities. As a result, we expect headcount at the end of 2023 will be approximately in line with third quarter 2022 levels. Interesting. By the way, that feels like the exact same statement Google said last night. Could AMD and NVIDIA be up because of CapEx raise from Meta? Could be. That could make sense. Seems too smart for this market. I agree with that, by the way. How do Meta stakeholders recover losses? They stop eating avocado toast. This isn't a cryptocurrency or penny stock. This is Meta and after hours. You just banned TikTok already. They have literally key logging in there. Yeah, I know. Well, apparently, Mobileye, or as we call it, Moobly. Moobly was absolutely a success today. Let's see. Anything else of interest? The earnings side. Facebook ruined Instagram. People use it as a habit, but it's not a pleasant experience. Could be worse. Could be Snapchat. Pornhub took their audience. Or sorry, OnlyFans. What do I think of House of Dragon? Loved it. Very excited about next season. This season may have felt slow. They do the time jumps. I get it. I think they set up the future very well. They had the same problem, believe it or not, the original Game of Thrones had, which is the first season itself just had to introduce so many characters and motivations. The ending was fire. Yep. Don't tell anybody that people haven't seen it yet. Harabe never dies. Do I think Wolfspeed is going to pull down the rest of the semis? No. No. Wolfspeed is its own category. I question whether Wolfspeed stays down. Honestly. No one who buys Wolfspeed is buying them for earnings today. You're buying them to get in for a company that should be very successful in the future. Nvidia is fucking mooning at this moment. And no one knows why. At least none of the people that I originally looked at. More spending on the metaverse? That could be it. Okay, Meta is raising fiscal year 23 capex guidance to 36.5 billion versus 29 billion. They're going to spend more. That's why Meta's down. An increase in AI capacity is driving substantially all of our capital expenditure growth. That's why Nvidia's up. Nvidia is their number one provider. Holy shit. Zuckerberg doesn't give a fuck. So the reason that Meta's so down is they're basically going to spend more money on capex. More money they are spending. And that's also why AMD and Nvidia are both up. Okay, that makes sense. Someone bought 1 billion of Apple at close. I wonder if it's Warren. Mark don't give a fuckerberg. Love it. Mike Brown, you think, commented a few months ago that Zuckerberg is resolute in going all in the metaverse? Yeah. I'm not buying Meta right now, but Zuck owns Soxel. Ford adjusted EBIT down 1.2 billion. Here he goes. Lower Ford credit profits. That's an area. All the people who talk about like credit consumption and potentially it being a problem in the future, I don't think you're going to see it from the major banks. I think you're going to see it from alternatives. Does the board ever try to move Zuck? Does anyone know the answer to that? Because I know the answer to that. I'll give you a hint. They can't. Yes, go Rebs. DLR reported. I don't know if they beat or not. Yes, the voting shares. He's got super voting shares. Mark Zuckerberg, whatever he decides, Meta does. If you don't like their investments, you sell their stock. It's that simple. Twitter down 5 cents after hours. Time to buy more. Ooh, give more caffeine. Yeah, Ford selling off their Rivian shares. Chamath Palpatia tells Axios the fee structure of SPACs creates inherent conflicts that can result in misleading projections with potential to harm retail investors. The balls of that man to say that. Now is up 13%. Wow. By the way, apparently, like every single thing about Meta, what people are looking for, they're going to increase their spend. They're going to on Reality Labs, the Metaverse initiative. They're also going to increase their capex, that people didn't want, and they're going to hold their headcount by the end of next year to where they are now. None of what people were looking for, Mark's giving them. Mark basically told everyone to fuck off this quarter. Windmaster's correct, by the way. Ford would be a great business. Problem with most legacy automakers is their huge debt. Specifically, pension obligations. You know, they may have gotten rid of it. They had to pay a significant amount. They also have retiree benefits, retiree medical. They have the union. Let's be honest. They have a unionized workforce, a heavily unionized workforce. Yeah. Tantric Cowboy, your perception, and please tell you if you're wrong, I'm telling you right now, you're not wrong, is that when a company goes public via SPAC, it's because they're a shitty company that can't do things the right way. I agree. I agree. God damn. Meta is just getting. They're getting fucked, guys. I'm going to be honest. Like, it's kind of savage. Look at Wolfspeed down. Basically, it's refilling that gap. Look at Twitter. Hold on. I got Twitter at 5340. Oh, didn't Twitter do their earnings? Nothing should be more useless than Twitter's earnings right now. Twitter's at 5375. I don't see that. I'd be happy. They should be up. Man, Twitter shareholders are the luckiest. The stock should be at $1. Hold on. Let me guess. Elon fan? No. Come on. He's not wrong. It's a shitty business, but yeah. Caffeine, it's mooning. Now I've got it at 5380. Come on. Better abort. Meta should put an Indian guy in charge. It worked for Twitter. It's working for the UK. $53.87. Come to Papa. Yep. DLR is mooning. Uh-oh. Nope. I don't see that. Setsuna, I think someone set a sell order for $105. That's why it looks like it's mooning. I do not see it going through. I do not see DLR mooning right now. Someone has set a sell order for 105. The ask is 105. It's not moving in after hours at all. Yeah, I've got DLR flat. Yeah, 105 ask, 93 bid. Here we go. The income statement. God, look at the operating expenses. Look at it. So gross profit, 79% margin, that's fine. Operating profits, 20%. Net profit, 16%. By the way, I will point out 4.4 billion in profit on 28 billion of revenue. That's not that bad. But boy, they spending a lot of money. Just saying. They're spending it. R&D, yep. R&D and CapEx. Remember, that's two different things. CapEx is what they need for what they already have. That's their spend on data centers, networking chips, AI GPUs and CPUs. That's why NVIDIA, AMD, and Qualcomm are probably all up right now. Show you the link? Sure thing. I'll do one step better. Here is the account that does these types of flows, these Sankey flows. Hardware engineers are expensive. Yep. B-Hood. Which part of this Sankey is... It's not on there. Should be, but it's not. Here's a fun article. KLA Corp adds to the list of beat and raise quarters in the chip equipment sector. KLA CEO Wallace says, outlook underscores the resiliency of our business. KLA rose in the extended session Wednesday after becoming the third chip-making equipment manufacturer to post a beat and raise quarter this earnings season, amid a quarter rife with profit warnings from other chip-related companies. Let's see. Despite signs of weakness across a broad set of electronics end markets and an increasingly challenging macroeconomic backdrop, our December quarter outlook for sequential growth underscores the resiliency of our business and the strong demand for our critical products and services. Oh, wow. KLA forecast earnings of $6.30 to $7.70 a share on revenue of $2.65 billion to $2.95 billion for the next quarter. Analysts surveyed by FactSet estimated $6.11 a share on revenue of $2.56 billion. So that's a big guide up. Someone say money. I'm being tongue-in-cheek to a point, but yes, they have silicon design teams for chips that go into Google's. Yep. Goggles. Penny, silicon design's becoming more and more important. It's one of the big lessons I've learned. If I was going to, age myself back in time, I would have tried to become a chip designer. I would have gone into silicon. Absolutely. Increasingly, custom silicon, particularly like a networking side, is increasingly part of the full tech stack. Because the amount of computation you need to do, now all of a sudden you have to strategery around, you have to have a strategic output on where are you going to start offloading certain functionalities, like encryption. Penny Ether, yes, but why do they need their own chips for VR goggles? Well, good news. They don't have their own chips. They're using Snapdragon chips. They're using Qualcomm chips for them. 3 of them, in fact. Someone say money. You love seeing my passion for silicon design, but trust me, it's not cool stuff. I know that's the case. I've done people analytics for over 10 years. Trust me, same thing. It's crazily enough, I like that. Slappy Wappy, aren't you just disguising ASICs? Well, first of all, welcome to the chat, first time chat. You're not wrong, but that's because ASICs is just basically, quote, custom chip, right? Yeah. Did I already talk Teledoc? Do I have to? Let's look it up. Oh, B-Hood, it would be under operating costs. TDoc, minus 45 cents. Estimate was negative 57 cents. Revenue, they beat by 1.4 million. Guides, the fourth quarter, they look like they guided down. I don't know why they're up. B Hood, big guide up. Sorry, for T-Doc? Are we talking about T-Doc here? Guides fourth quarter revenues 625 to 640 against estimate 637. I don't see. I got it. You misread. Why is on semi red? Probably from Wolfspeed. Meta should acquire Take Two. I kind of like that. Don't read into on semi yet. No, I didn't drop the resolution. It might have dropped a resolution on me, but I didn't. Wolfspeed's earnings call is probably going to be interesting. Wolfspeed's earnings call is probably to be interesting. I wouldn't be shocked if they move up. The only reason I say that, by the way, I have no position in them. I don't care if they move up or not. The only reason I would say that, it appears like their quote down guide for next quarter is all because they're ramping up manufacturing. No one was buying Wolfspeed for next quarter's earnings. You're buying them for their growth. Applied Materials is up though in after hours. That makes me smile. Investimab, are we bullish on Amazon and Apple? Believe it or not, the worse these mega caps are performing, the more bullish I'm going to get on Apple. I think the market is going to be offsides on Apple. Apple, I feel pretty comfortable with. Amazon's a toss-up. Wait, Master, I actually made a mistake. Not 6 years, 6 quarters, 20 billion loss. Big oof. Big oof. And who's their CFO? MC Hammer? Interesting that the QQQ and the SPY isn't dumping after hours. B-Hood, I'm willing to bet because right now everybody's piling into NVIDIA. Yeah, Apple is the final boss. Apple and Amazon, but mainly Apple, yes. Is Meta not heavily weighted in the QQ? Yeah, it's probably just as weighted. In fact, let's confirm. Okay, look at the size. Combine NVIDIA and AMD, which are both basically up in after hours, and it's probably up there with Meta. Keep in mind, Meta's down a lot worse. NVIDIA, Marvell, jump more. Yeah, Marvell should be up as well. Overnight, what does this do for the data center market? Data center specifically referring to chips. If Amazon saves us, no, what if Apple saves us? God, Boeing turned on MCAS today. Intel to the core of the earth. Hold on, is Intel moving at all? They shouldn't. They should not. Intel should not be up. Why the fuck are they up? What's Meta's PE now? No clue. How dare I touch the cord? Touching the cord is a sexy monkey. Who's the Sankey chart on Twitter? It's Economy app. Ford's taking the $2.7 billion charge for winding down Argo AI. You hope Intel moons and you can buy a fat put. Satsuna, I agree. Oh my god. The Justice Department's autopilot probe is far from recommending any action, partly because it is competing with two other DOJ investigations involving Tesla. That can't be true. If that's true, whoa. Gary Black will not stop carrying water for Tesla. Department of Justice probe of Tesla Autopilot was launched last year following more than a dozen crashes and is focused on company's claims that the car drives itself. That said, the company explicitly warns drivers they must keep their hands on the wheel at all times. That is functionality called FSD, stands for full self-driving. What the fuck do they think it meant? The VIX dropped. Wow. Intel was going to fly just because you bought puts. Ouch. How to keep a job at Twitter. Open the book. Work. Cries. Yeah, Board XCX is raising a good point, guys. Whatever happens after hours doesn't matter tomorrow, right? GDP. GDP's up tomorrow. I don't know. We already plummeted today because of the GDP leakage from Atlanta GDP now. I got Twitter, by the way, at 53.82. So I'm not selling until we hit 54. By the way, just in case anybody here is working at Twitter, do not quit. Make them fire you. Yep, Margie. So GDP tanked the market, but yields didn't go up. Is that true? Hold on. That's wild if it's true. Strong foreign demand for US treasuries. I've got the 10-year right at 4. If it drops tomorrow. They went up a little bit. Okay. All right, so let's see. Meta, Death, Ford, it's complicated. TDoc and ServiceNow both beat. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Wolfspeed, they looks like they guided down. They barely beat, but no one cares. Clack, clear cut beat, guide up. Anally, you want to do anal? Hmm? You stop working and make Twitter fire you? Would that be misconduct or something? It's complicated. Sorry, what's Annalise ticker? ANNALY. Okay. NLY. Oh, they're doing well. I know what the fuck they do. Asset management. Mortgage finance and corporate middle. How the fuck are they doing well? Market is broken. Which one? Bonds? Equities? Equity, got it. I don't think people are really hedging right now, so. All I know is semiconductors are generally green in the after hours. Good for them. All right, folks, let's see what our good friend Jay Jared's up to. I wonder what it's going to look like tomorrow when we see Meta. I wonder how Ford is also doing. Tomorrow morning, Shopify should die. McDonald's, no clue. Caterpillar, no clue. A lot of interesting stocks tomorrow morning, but we'll talk about it then. So I'll take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.